I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the glass campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system. Everything seemed blessed, they try to fix it in patch 8.2, and the essence is moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists? Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2 and the essence says moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists? Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system. Everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in batch A2, and the essence is moving in the right direction. Although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of this off. No big plot, but the big sport still in Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it. The cycle never ends. Marcelian Online, baby. See you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years. Shit, did this game change? And I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure, and we got
damn,
addicted
it's
to
early
it.
early in the US. Sorry for the US folks. How's it going, everybody?
But you know
I
another thing,
cannot,
everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful.
Can I stop thinking about yesterday, guys?
PvP
What about you? I don't know if you've seen the Warcraft Direct.
And man, what a story.
Smidge. How's everybody doing? Hello! Hi! Did I leave my toys out in the background? It's just the TV. Player housing, yeah! It's gonna be a while for player housing though, for sure. Good morning, Colorado! Damn, for 2 a.m. in Colorado. Jesus. Thinking about decorating? I am thinking, but it's I don't really have a lot of places to put my desk at that, because I have like 2x2 bedroom. It's like super tiny, so I'm kind of stuck here, kind of stuck in this corner. Thank you, Patrick, for 33 months, dude. Appreciate you. Evil Befall with the 6 months as well. Hey. Why you hey with the resub for 3 months that we've missed because it happened off stream. But also Alex with the 50 Romanian Buxerino. Yeah, we did have the Warcraft Direct cameo. Thank you so much. It was so cool to see. I did not like, we were contacted about that some time ago. I wasn't sure if it was ever gonna happen anymore. We got like no news, no confirmation. No, okay, we managed to squeeze you guys in. Because we had to like sign a lot of like legal stuff, like are you comfortable with your image being portrayed, blah blah blah, all that shit. So, and then we started seeing the Warcraft Direct, and I was like, oh okay, they probably just won't do this anymore. I'm not high for player housing, but still insane. It was so needed. I feel like it is needed. I am hyped in the sense that it's a cool thing that kind of revitalizes the world in a way. I don't know how much I'm going to engage with player housing because it depends on how they apply it, right? Because garrisons were cool, but I was just alone there. I already have a player housing, okay? Morning, RJ, how's it going? I am extremely, for some reason, exhausted today, so I'm chugging this coffee like my life depends on it. I'm gonna tune it down a little bit with keys on Stream Cabal, but we might run one or two eventually. There's quite a few things to talk about. I work in TV and film, gotta sign the waiver. Yeah, no, but that makes a lot of sense, especially in today's day and age. But the thing is, after we did that, and that was a while ago, we didn't get like, okay, you guys will have this amount of time, blah blah blah. We cut down this and that, and because we had like a longer segment sent out, right? We had like a little cool story. Try to, you know, cherry pick it a little bit to for them to have something to edit, because we knew we were not gonna get like our whole thing out. Because obviously there were a lot of people, and a lot of people didn't make it. Morning, Sheezy DZ. Hey, Palliator, how's it going, man? Yeah, it's great for the game, for sure. I kind of like it in a sense that it's an immersion factor that I like in the game, because, you know, it's part of why I play an MMO. Otherwise, I would probably just play a regular RPG. But being a part of the world feels very cool. Morning, Flandy, how's it going? Life is in a blanket. Yeah, it's so cold. Winter is here, actually. Every 3 days, the general temperature of my apartment dropped down by 1 degree Celsius, like consistently every 3 days. And now I'm sitting at about, I think it's 19 or, oh no, it's 20. It went up because I started to get back to life. So morning, Exer, how's it going? It's cold here. Where you from, brother? Also, I don't know if the stream count towards the 30th event. I know that Twitch has drops for streams for the event, which are currently active on our Twitch. I don't know how YouTube stream. I don't know if that's a thing for YouTube streams though. Toronto region. Oh, okay. Oh, up north. I don't know where Toronto is. Toronto. Was it on the west coast or east coast? To refresh, where's my maps? If it's in the middle, I'll look like a fool. This is a weird map of Canada, man. Why can I not have like a human sized? Oh, it's not on the coast, but it's on the eastern side, I guess, closer to the eastern side. Make them buff fire? Nah, I don't think that's gonna. I don't think we're gonna have that anymore this season. Yeah, I got you, fam. I got you. I'm educating myself on geography. Hopefully they went full bananas with the Goblin City and is completely over the top. I just want it to be goblin-y. So on one hand, WoW has been going, feels like it's been going bananas in weird ways, and it kind of felt less like WoW over the years. Now I had a talk with Marcelian, and we're probably going to go over this in today's wrap-up, because we will have a wrap-up today talking about it. He'll tell you his opinions on the Undermine. But if there's anything that I like about it, is the fact that it feels Warcrafty. It feels it's just Warcraft stuff again. I don't know. I'm kind of over the this is a new island that's been here with a totally new faction that we've never seen before, that somehow has like I'm just over that. I just want some stuff that I know, right? Morning, Brian. It's nice to warm in my flat, heated floor, but it looks miserable out there. Yeah. Well, it's not. I can turn on the heat. I just don't want to. I kind of love this shit, and I like the temperature of my room to be a little bit lower. Turns to get cold in North Sweden as well. Ooh. Well, I mean, you're the north of Sweden, jeez. They're bringing back stuff that already exists. Undermine was abandoned from the moment Cataclysm begins. Yeah. Since I've skipped Cataclysm, I was never really big into Undermine. Like, it doesn't tell me anything. I like goblins though. I think they're dope. They're kind of Jewish mob stereotype built into their culture is really, really funny, and I love it so much. I had a blast leveling through the Goblin starting zone, so I actually cannot wait. It sounds like a lot of fun. I don't fucking see how this connects to the War Within whatsoever. Like, Ian was all up there in the Warcraft. There's like, listen, there's a connection. Oh, of course you can cook up a connection. Xal'atath just I don't know, split her toe on one of the doors in Undermine, and now she has a vengeance against it or whatever. Like, you can make some up, right? I don't mind being cool. I just don't want to wear socks. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, I have no problem with socks. They're good for traction. Hey, Redden! Appreciate the guides and everything. Well, thank you, man. We haven't done guides in like 17 years, but I hope you like our content. -6 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy shit, Barry. You know what? Listen, I don't know what weather I want. I want the weather where on the 24th and 25th of December it snows. Whatever weather gives me that, and I don't mean Antarctica, right? But make it cold enough that on the 24th and 25th it will snow. I'd rather have it snow from December to February, but if at the very least, let it snow on Christmas, man. That's all I want. Morning, Rookie. How's it going? Xal'atath trying to give Gallywix. No shot they're gonna play that. No shot they're gonna play that. That's so petty. Gallywix is such a small-time player. Like, okay, I get it that they want to make him like this big boss raid, but he cannot be that big of a figure in the grand scheme of things, right? He's just a leader. He probably has a lot of power, a lot of money, a lot of tech, but that's about it, man. Like, Gallywix has kind of been an antagonistic character for the longest time. There's no real reason in a world that could exist, even in a fantasy setting, that he would have relevant enough power to pose issues for a lot of people. Oh, damn, Alex, with the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, buddy. Hey, thank you for the support, man. Love it, man. Oh, love you too, Red. I'm glad you like our content, dude. Glad you like our content. So yeah, I don't know how Gallywix is gonna play out. I was trying to see if we have any new announcements that we've missed, any confirmations, any tweets of any kind. So there's an article from Warcraft, but it doesn't seem like it has anything more than what we already know from the Warcraft Direct. But dude, holy shit! Have you seen this? Is this a boss? Oh my god! There was some cool animations with this shit. This reminds me of a couple of bosses that we had. Obviously, reminds me of Ulduar for his boss. Hey, what up, Gary? How's it going, man? What up, Cloud? Ulduar vibes, Siege of Orgrimmar vibes. So yeah, true. I mean, the cool part about embracing the theme of technology and engineering is that they can do some wacky mechanics for the raid. I hope it doesn't become like another Wikara raid where we have to struggle with Wikaras to be able to fight the raid, but I guess that's neither here nor there. It's likely that they're pretty deep into the design of the raid, so I don't know how much it can still change. We're probably going to get PTR soon. Oh shit, Arjo with the 5 gifted memberships. I want to say subs. I'm just not used to YouTube. Thank you so much, Arja. By the way, as opposed to Twitch, I always forget to say this, but if you are on YouTube and you like the stream, it really helps out if you hit the like button and stuff like that. It's a little bit different than Twitch, but it's actually more familiar with similar to actual videos, where if you do hit that like button, it helps the stream grow as well. The hype train is going hard. Do we have, does Wowhead have like the segment of the video where the raid is being talked about? No, this is the whole thing. We have it in our video though. Can I pull it up? Because we don't have like, where is it? I kind of want to talk about it a little bit more. Maybe we should actually do this. Where is it? Probably should have had timestamps. We tried to make this so quick that we didn't really have a lot of time to, like, you know, put our regular editing chops into it. Wait, where did I talk about the raid? Shit, where was the raid section? Was it at the end? Splitter housing. Dude, where did I talk about the raid? God damn it. Is this Delves? That's fucking Delves. That has to be the new dungeon. I did not talk about the Delves before I talked about. I'm so exhausted, like I don't even remember most of the shit from yesterday. Oh, this has to be the raid. It's bound to come up at one point. Hey, we're the guys from WoW Direct. They censored my my hoodie. It's player housing. Dude, I feel like a dumbass. Wait, did I talk about the raid before I talk about the dungeon? Yes. Oh, there you go. This is what I wanted. This, I thought this was so cool. Where is it? This. And these bosses, they're like so coolly animated. Am I the only one that thinks this is like a step up when it comes to WoW model animation? Full Perra enjoyer. Bobby the raid boss. That would feel satisfying, right? So like if you look, I don't know, it just feels to me that these, I assume this is a boss, right? This has to be a boss. And these are definitely bosses in the raid. I feel like they're just upping their model animations. Kong Godzilla boss. Yeah, I mean the theme is there definitely. But I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like they're I forgot what they're called. They're rigs. The rigs are getting better tech behind them. Something out of Borderlands. That is true. It does give me Borderlands feel, but that's kind of always been like the goblin vibe, right? It's rusty, it's punk, it's... When did Borderlands come out, though? Borderlands release. 2009. Oh. I guess we kind of had that before Borderlands release. So we cannot really say that this copied Borderlands theme, right? Shading and texture as well really reminds me of Borderlands. I guess also the low level saturation is better, which is something that I mean, I don't know, is this like this quality as possible? I don't know if they're gonna change anything about the color palette, but the saturation is way lower than normal. And that is closely resembling the Borderlands Borderlands art, not artwork, style. I don't know. Obviously, it's not quite the same, right? Because this has like hard lines outshaping the models and everything, right? But overall, it's like a low saturated color palette. But it makes sense for something rusty, for something, you know, scrappy. Mad Max style? Well, I guess in the sense that, you know, you're just making tech out of junk, right? I watched Warcraft Twitch last night, a lot of people shouting out for Tinkers. Dude! Me too, man! I was so disappointed, dude! Just before Ian said it... Can we get the Warcraft Direct? Shit, where's the article? Just before Ian said his thing, dude. Close to the end. Now that we have the concert. Could just pull this up here, actually. Concert. Oh shit, concert ran for quite a bit. Wait. This is still the oh my god. The actual already was very short. Yeah, so just before he went into the player housing. And I was like, oh, Tinkers! They gotta do Tinkers now, man. They gotta do Tinkers. They didn't do Tinkers. I love Steampunk, but I feel like it does not fit in WoW that good. It actually does more than the Arathi style. It does more a little bit in the Earthen style, because we've had like Steampunk. We've had it since 2004. We had it since Warcraft 2. Oh my god, by the way, guys, I don't know if you got the battle chest, but I was like super excited. Look at this, look at this. This is what I'm gonna be doing over the weekend. I'm sorry, I'm too excited. But remember Nomergon? Nomergon. This is a vanilla dungeon, right? It's all steampunky. It's obviously in the old vanilla R style, so you're not gonna see like high-res textures and all of that. But it's all robots, it's steam, it's engines, it's bombs, alarmabots, and all of that shit. Very, very steampunky, right? So that's nothing new. Like what we have right now is nothing new. So this is very WoWish. It's been associated with the technology fantasy of goblins and gnomes. Tinker sucks. Get out of here, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea. What was it? World of Warcraft Mechatork. Do we have a cinematic with Mechatork? Mechatork Battle for the Zara lore. BDA, I guess. Method versus Side Tinker Mechatork. Sure, we can watch it from Method. This was a fight back in Battle for Azeroth. Do they have it like from a cinematic-y perspective? Okay, I wish this was from a cinematic-y perspective, but this was a boss that we've had in BFA, and I assume Tinker has been kind of asked for since Warcraft 3 because it was a hero. It still is a hero in Warcraft 3, but this kind of really painted a better picture of what a Tinker class could look like in WoW, because you have Mechatork there, like a little gnome in this big robot suit that does a lot of cool robot stuff. And part of the Tinker class, you could have the robot version of the Tinker be the tank one. That's what we've been fantasizing about, okay? Obviously, you can do tinkery things like put turrets down. You have Hot's Gazlow. Did we have a Gazlow cinematic? Did we ever have like a Gazlow trailer back in the day for Hot? I guess not. But basically, this in Heroes of the Storm, this was Gazlow, a playable hero, and obviously he's a Tinker, right? He's rocking a mech robot backpack that punches people and throws rockets and grenades. So this is clearly part of Warcraft fantasy. Wait, is he voicing it? Ah, get the fuck out! Wait, do you guys get to hear this? I don't think you can, right? Yeah, you don't. Oh, let me... No, because then you hear my music. Fuck. Give me a second. This is not safe for YouTube.
Nice explosion. I'd give it an 8. Guess what?
Yeah, there you go. See,
What said like this is
this
what I
would
wanna
be
say.
so fucking cool to have in WoW,
Someone
man.
just quit. What a loser.
How do you prepare for these type of roles?
Fucking voice lines are fantastic. Yeah, no shit, I've been disconnected. It would make so much sense. The Tinker, yeah. Am I the only one who saw in the third war within the Rogue Legendary? Wait, is it? Can you link it? Can you link it at the timestamp? Legion Remix would be dope. Pretty much, yeah, Legion Remix would be cool. What's releasing this weekend? Survival Hunter kinda close to Tinker? No. Survival Hunter just has wildfire bombs. They're not the same, no. Yeah, if you guys listen, if you guys have never tried out Heroes of the Storm, you have sorely missed out. Heroes of the Storm, obviously that's how we started our channel, by the way. Oh my god. Did we ever have a guide on we used to make guides back then for the champions. Like I think my very first video on the channel was a Diablo guide for Heroes of the Storm. We still have it. We still have the very first video I ever worked on. Obviously with Marcelian's coaching in the background.
Welcome to Marcelian&Flame's Heroes of the Storm 6 minutes.
Oh, this is so cringe! Ah! You know, listen to it. 7 years ago. Oh my god, it's been 7 years. I can't. It's so cringe. We used to do guides back then, but if you've never played Heroes of the Storm, you've missed out a lot. It's such a fun game. Such a big let down. Oh, am I gonna shy away from the cringe?
Slow to reposition and makes a Diablo a stationary target. Its wide arc can provide some zoning, but its performance is overall underwhelming. Everything Lightning Breath does, Apocalypse does better with all of the strengths and none of the weaknesses.
It sounds like I'm 15 years old, trying to be cool. None of the weaknesses. Oh, it's so dramatic. Yeah. Alright, fuck this. Is the housing trend war because of tier 2 and the secret artifact Legion Rogue Outlaw? Is this why people hint at... Wait a second. People hint at Legion Remix? Oh, this one you mean? This is assassination, right? This what you mean? No? Isn't that assassination? That looks like Paul Sorrel. No, wait a minute. Oh, you mean that this one, the Outlaw, right? Yeah, this is the Thunder Fury skin for Outlaw, right? Oh yeah, this definitely felt a little bit out of place for sure. Because obviously he's wearing the Warrior tier set. But maybe they just use that as an upscale version of Thunder Fury. Maybe they will upscale Thunder Fury. Maybe that is a hint at upscaled Thunder Fury. Fucking chat, look at that. Thunder Fury, Blessed Sword of the Windseeker or whatever. Blessed Blade. I'm very worried about how the armor sets will look like. Some priests are rogue with the Abyss theme and there are goblins. Like, you mean the tier set is aesthetics in the new patch? Yeah, no, Thunder Fury, as far as I know, we did a video. We did a video over a year ago with the best legendaries in the game. And I talked to some people that played a lot during Classic. Thunder Fury was the best tank weapon. Close to up until Black Temple, if I recall. I know I talked to Cabal about it, if you remember, Cabal. I used to ask you this about a year ago. Was it a year ago? Yeah. Have my company to call in sick next week when Classic releases again. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever got to see that video. We used to do. This is for people who. Oh shit! I don't know if this is for people who constantly say that, you know, we do a lot of tier lists. Legendaries. Big changes, insane. Oh, there you go. Yes. This is the one. And this barely got any. Oh, how many did it get? I remember this used to be very. Yeah, 13k views. These were these were videos that we worked super hard to make. Took us days and weeks to finish one. Well, I think I ranked it pretty highly. Was it Thunder Fury the best one? Oh yes. Yes. Because of how impactful it was. Yep. That was Thunder Fury. I'm very worried about how the armor set will look like. Well, I think I just went over that. To be fair, I feel like there's still too many issues with clipping and stuff when it comes to armor sets. Basically hinted at Classic Plus. So isn't that Seasons of Discovery though? Also, how hilarious was it when they announced Classic? They're restarting Classic again. So you have Retail, then you have Classic catching up to Retail, but then now they went back to Classic and doing the season again. Like, that was so whack, man. There's no, they're doing, this is never going to end. Our kids will play Classic and their kids will play Classic at one point. I'm not surprised at all. That's how Holly ran EverQuest. Really? I know very little about how she did on EverQuest. To be fair, I did miss out on playing Classic, and the only Classic I would play would be the vanilla version, and maybe Seasons of Discovery. I just don't have the time, but who knows? Maybe we'll have more and more time to play that in the future. Blizzard's version of Skyrim? Yeah, yes. But listen, if you're gonna do Classic like that, and it's kind of like a content that you smoke pretty quick. It's a Romanian expression. You go through it pretty quick, right? Since it's so easy and so kind of figured out already, the only thing you can do is Seasons of Discovery, but it kind of feels like it's turning into an ARPG. I don't know if that's necessarily bad, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Wonder what will come after Classic Mop. Dude, you know they're gonna do what, man? They're gonna go through all of them. What's curious is if they will ever get to do... I think they will also do Shadowlands. I don't think... If they did Cataclysm, they will do Shadowlands. What's your take on the best mage spec in M+ right now? Well, I guess it depends on the key level, but statistically it's Frost. It's not a take. It's just the way it is. A year or so, they launch in a server and you start over again with different rule set, etc. But that's not a bad thing, is it? That feels fine, right?
One more thing to share with you.
What add-on do you use for your action bars? No add-on, that's just... Oh, wait, no, actually, that's not true. I use frame color. I just use it to darken the action bars, the borders, that's it. But everything else is just basic UI. This is basic Blizzard UI. I just recolor the action bars, and that's it. We talked about it in our add-ons video. You know, it recolors a bunch of windows in your class theme colors, kind of like the warrior brownish thing that you might see, right? That's basically it. Keeps the nostalgia players happy. That's fine. Listen, man, there are people who just like Classic. They're never gonna play Retail, and that's fine. And listen, why shouldn't they get a version of WoW that they can play? And who, in the end, you know, really cares, right? I would play Classic, to be fair, but not solo. Why do I always get the fucking profession thing? So it just doesn't happen with cooking with my mage, but it happens with everything. Yeah, so the thing is, Mop Remix was very, very big. Mop Remix was so good that they're definitely gonna do another remix. And what they did with Mop Remix is not only did they give you access to cosmetics that have not been available since then, because they were just a Mop Remix thing, but they gave us new shit, right? I want to try how... Yeah, I was thinking about it too. I don't know if that would be an interesting thing to do on stream. To do WoW hardcore, but... I feel like people just get bored. Hey, Strickland, how's it go, man? Mr. Direct, huh? Not gonna lie, it was very cool to see us there. WoW hardcore PvP server, nah. No, so... My issue that I've always had with hardcore was that the initial WoW model wasn't designed to be a hardcore game. The grind took too long, leveling took too long, there was no real way to save progress, because like you look at Diablo and you have a shared stash, right, where hardcore kind of feels like a roguelike, where you play, you gather gems and items and power and store them in your stash, and when you die, but then when you start your new character, you have some progress from your former one, and you keep, you know, leapfrogging that way to end game. I don't know if you can do that with WoW. I haven't followed hardcore lately, so give me an advice for the third time. Is Enhancement Shaman hard to play as a beginner? It's probably the hardest melee. Never played Shaman, but I like the lore of the class. Just go for it, man. Who cares? Just play it. It's fine. You're gonna enjoy yourself. If I say it's hard, will you not give it a go? You obviously want to play it, so who cares? And of course, as the turbo nerd that I am, after the... Because we're talking about the WoW releases, but dude, I am not gonna lie, I got super stoked about the remasters for Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2. I may or may not have played a little bit of Warcraft 1 before starting the stream. I've never played Warcraft 1. I tried to play it years ago, but it was so antiquated and the controls were so wacky that I just couldn't go through it. And it was not even the graphics that was the issue. Mostly the control system. But the remastered one, and it feels like they're finally doing Reforged right. You got your anniversary bundle? That's what's up, man. Wait, that's not a stream thing, is it, Gabriel? Because I think you asked that before, and I don't know if I know what you mean on YouTube, because I know we have drops enabled for Twitch. I was ready to kill Answer this week and switch to 2-day rating, bro. Oh, you're a 3-day rating guild. Oh, shit, man. Well, GG. Good luck, man. Holy fuck. Best time to jump into Enhanced. Stormstrike is a lot easier. Yeah, and you can even play Stormstrike in like a funky fashion. Can I make that happen? I'm curious if I can make that happen. Because we've had this question before, and I think somebody was asking for like if you can play Shaman in an easy way. Got it on Twitch? Oh, dope. Wait a minute. What did you actually get, bro? Because when I went into our Twitch, it said that the drops were enabled, but it didn't say what the drops were. Maybe I need to hop on a stream with my own account and see if that gives me the details that I need. Can just watch our own stream. Self-insert! Hello, Marcelian Online. What a nice World of Warcraft stream you have here. Drops enabled on channel. Get rewards by watching Marcelian Online. Get what rewards? They end on December the 11th. It doesn't say, does it? The anniversary bundle. It's an anniversary bundle. What is that bundle? Is it the mount things? Oh, Wolf and Panther in opposite armor. Okay, we've had that in BFA though, right? Do you think we'll see more of the Horde from a story point of view in Midnight? The war within felt very alliance-based storyline. It did feel like that. I know that they've released, I don't want to say audiobooks, but they've released Chris Metzen narrated stories of what happens to Thrall and Jaina. I haven't had the chance to listen to them, but I expect maybe the Thrall one can tell us what's going on with the Horde. Rumble and Hearthstone. Okay, I need that shit. I need the mount. If those were the mounts, then I'm 100% getting that shit. I'm getting it right the fuck now. Since the Marcelian Online Twitch channel is essentially Marcelian's account. I need to watch our stream with a different account to get the rewards. How long do we have to watch it for? Was it like a 30-minute? I think it was a 30-minute thing, right? $20 or something like that. All right. Okay, then I'll probably get it at some point. All right, so before the rework or the 1106, I guess it was a rework, right? I'm just getting these as a habit. I don't even know if I'm gonna have time to complete them. Do I have weapons? Agi, 615. That's intellect. I think this is it. Yeah, this is my enhancement gear. Oh dear lord, this looks so terrible. Before I mog myself, I don't have a vault. Okay. I cannot bear to look at myself like this. Why don't I have the anniversary set? I do. Ugh. Ugh, this is terrible. Wait a minute. I forgot I unlocked that. Can I make a Warcraft 3 inspired transmog with this? I will need a wolf helmet. I don't know if it's gonna be this though. It's most likely gonna be something like this. Wait, didn't we have a bunch in Dragonflight actually from the Emerald Dream? I guess we had that. And if I'm gonna go for Classic Shaman, I kind of want something on the wider side. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. And Answer Survival, both seem funny and good. They're both really good. Yeah, something's been going on with Survival recently, to be fair. I don't understand what that is. Survival has been cranking hard, and I need to play some Survival soon to understand exactly what's going on. Because shit's popping with Survival, man. Wait a minute. So I want one of these robes, but they're all too colorful. Where's the chest wraps? Chest. Straps. Okay, so we can do that. Sure. It already looks better. Let's get some actual hammers. Let's just get the Legion artifact. I think it's fine. Perfect. Or we could do like a lightning focus one. There you go. Okay, in full anniversary style garments. Let's see if we can make this build work. So, prior to the 1107 for enhancement, you could play like a full lightning shaman build, and it was so simple. You could get away without playing Lava Lash at all. You probably have to definitely take Flurry. Your strike is sharp, hit by Crash Light increases the damage of your next Storm Strike. I think you were taking Converging Storms. You can take Unrelenting Storms for a single attack. Let's just take AoE. And I don't want that, meaning that... What the hell? There you go. I could probably get Sundering. Or not get Sundering, like to limit the amount of buttons, right? Crush Lightning damage increase, Chain Lightning jumps to 2 additional targets. You could play Ascendance. You might want to play Primordial Wave for Tempest. I think otherwise the damage would be way too much of a loss. You can probably keep Doomwind since it's easier to use than Sundering, but this would probably simplify the build quite a bit. We don't need Voltaic Blaze if you don't play Lava Lash. Okay, we can take Molten Thunder. That way we limit the buttons even more. Flux Grossav. Thanks, Geld. There's actually not a good word for stream to be translated in Romanian, but it's a good try. Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is that you don't spread Flame Shock anymore. I know you need Lava Lash. But there was a build that I cannot recreate it now because the talents changed a little bit, but this is probably the closest you can get to it. To like reduce the amount of buttons as much as possible. Because if you don't have Lava Lash anymore, you probably don't care about Flame Shock anymore, but then just spreading stuff with Primordial Wave is just reload. This will tank your damage, don't get me wrong, but it will be significantly easier to play. And you can just wait, you might not even need Lava Burst. Yeah, you're probably fine. You're not gonna cast Lava Burst anyway, right? So you would just play normal Storm Strike. You just press Storm Strike like forever. And Lightning Bolts. Maybe put a Flame Shot, but that's about it, right? And that's it. You have significantly fewer buttons that you have to press. And this could be like an easy barrier of entry version of enhancement for people. It used to be a little bit better last patch. Now it's probably significantly worse in terms of overall damage output. But if you want to simplify your gameplay, then we're past the point of you trying to make it simple, so make it efficient rather. And this is pretty much what you do. I mean, you see the buttons that I'm pressing there, right? I may be pressing a Flame Shock every now and again, but you don't need to worry about Flame Shock spreading. You don't need to be worried about Lava Lashing over Storm Strike. You don't need to be worried. I don't even know if you play Lashing Flames and Hot Hands. Maybe you don't with the new builds. But it could be something. So this is don't get me wrong. This is a weaker build, but it still does a lot of damage because Inazma just does a lot of damage, and you just have like way fewer buttons to press. Is there a way that I can get your frame color profile? I don't think there's such a thing. You can just download the add-on, which is frame color, and you just go through all of these and you just stick the class stuff that you want, right? Because I can, you know, color my action bars to class stuff as well. I just don't want that. I like those dark. But my my HUD is fully decked into class color. You just stick the class. That's all I did with this one. Chat frame. Yeah, so minimap is blue, right? But if I untick this, it goes back to being dark. You can choose like the totally different color if you want it to have like a particular color. I just chose it to have the class color because it felt like it's more thematic, right? Like even the menu here is kind of bluish, right? Hey, what up, Paul? I'm doing just fine, man. I'm stoked after last night's Warcraft Direct. Excited about playing Warcraft in all shapes and sizes. Obviously, WoW on stream, but probably gonna be dipping my toes into a lot of Warcraft 1 and 2. They're like my go-to when things change and I don't want to strain my eyes and read it all myself. Lol, I'm a pally because of you. Holy shit, for real? Oh, dope, man. I kind of read these. It feels like I'm reading these messages out of order. But that's fine. What do you think of the weird gear progression in M+? It sort of feels like Hero was meant to be filler between Champion and Mythic, but it takes a while to upgrade Champion enough to run 10s for Greater Vault. See, that's exactly the problem, man. I don't think it was meant to be filler. I think it was meant to be the max that some people can get, but it's... We are definitely not a fans of how the gearing system is implemented. It improved on what some of the issues were before when it comes to gearing your character, but it's way too convoluted. And we have a saying here in Romania, which I don't know if I can translate this into English, but we call this solution scratching yourself like a monkey. And that's, you know, this thing, right? It's like trying to scratch yourself like this when you could just do this. This is obviously way more work and energy and sillier to do than just doing this. So it feels like they're trying to solve a problem, but they're going about it in a roundabout way. And it creates issues like you're facing Hercules. That's basically it. Oh, cheers, Paul. Oh, hell yeah, man. Like, I'm a big Warcraft fan. Warcraft 2 was the first RTS I ever played. It's how I got into Warcraft in general. Warcraft 3 is what made me really want to play WoW a lot. And when I was playing Warcraft 3 and waiting for WoW to come up, I would like browse the this is back in the day, back in 2003, 2004. Websites were the shit, right? So I would just browse the World of Warcraft website at the time, read everything they had about the game. It was kind of like the gaming magazine that I never had. Creating a problem from a complex solution, so creating the solution first. Maybe that's it. But yeah, I mean, they've solved an issue, but they've solved it in the too complex of a way. Because when it's, first of all, I have a pet peeve that it's been a thing for me ever since BFA. And no matter how they make the gear, it doesn't seem like this is gonna go away. And that's basically the multiple versions of the same item, dude. And we used to have that with Titan Forging, right? And prior to that in WoD with Warforging and then Reforging, all that. But essentially, if I have the Noetic, how the fuck do you pronounce this? Noetic of the Forgotten Reservoir. Not only does this name not mean anything, because it doesn't matter what this could have. Purple elephant penis, and it would still not matter. What matters is the item level. What matters is the item track. It's hero 1 out of 6, and what matters is the stats, right? So item names don't matter anymore, and they haven't mattered in a very long time. They try to make it epic and cool. Amulet of Autopsy. What's Autopsy about this amulet? The fact that it has crit verse. Why is this the Amulet of Autopsy? If it's the Amulet of Autopsy, why doesn't it give me more healing or a flavor? What it doesn't even have flavor text. Your medical knowledge in performing autopsy on a body has increased the chances of you healing yourself when you take damage because you understand the anatomy better, or whatever the fuck an autopsy concept would be translated into an RPG item, right? But it doesn't mean anything. This is just crit. This is the crit verse amulet. That's it. It should be amulet of crit verse. That's all it matters. They already have these suffixes that represent the stat combinations, and they can use those to name items instead of trying to be all whimsical and all quirky of cinch of lingering influence. What? It's a haste mastery. What about it is a lingering influence? Do my dots last longer on my target? Do they linger? I don't think so. Right, so that's one thing. And the fact that this is a hero 1 out of 6, it can also be a veteran 1 out of 6, a champion 1 out of 6. I can upgrade it all the way to hero 4 out of 6 by doing the content that made this available to me, which is, let's say, heroic rating, right? But then if I want to get it to hero 6 out of 6, I need to do mythic rating for it. But if I do mythic rating for it, I loot this at mythic track, right? And it gets even more convoluted if you start from normal rating. Normal gives this at champion. I cannot get it to max champion because I need to do heroic. But if I do heroic, I'll loot this. So what do you even invest in? And they made it so that, you know, you get discounts. If I level a champion 8 out of 8 and I loot a hero 1 out of 6, the first, or what is it, 2 upgrade tracks are cheaper. They should be free, first of all, not cheaper, if I already did them. But it's just so convoluted. Like, I loot a hero track item, but to fully upgrade it, I cannot do just hero track content. I need to do myth track content. Possibly even champion track content. I don't know. Does hero 1 out of 6 require carved runes? I don't think so. It's maybe just runed crests. Not carved crests, rather. Monkey scratching. Yeah, exactly. And that's probably because it's kind of complicated to accomplish everything that they want to accomplish with the gearing in WoW. Since they probably want to make the gear feel impactful and meaningful, so if I loot this, by the time I get it to 6 out of 6, I get to play the game a lot, which in fact makes it so that when I loot this, this is impactful because I work on it for a long time. It's my item, I invested it, it has a kind of like a progression system. I get rewarded from doing the content, and this has more value because I can just keep it up for longer. If it would stop at 4 out of 6 and then it would just turn into myth track, then I would have to immediately replace it, which is still a problem, but this just prolongs that problem and somehow kind of overlaps the progression of this helmet with a better helmet. And at that point we go into like, but why am I bothering wasting my time? And it turns into what you said, Hercules, where it feels like this is a placeholder. Because if you can upgrade this to 6 out of 6, you can do myth track content. If you do myth track content, then this is pointless. Everyone for years has been saying just bring back tokens or some way to mitigate for the silly farming, but they seem to be really anti-gear tokens. They do, don't they? And the thing is, some of the best time gearing we've had were in Fated seasons, which is the, you know, the Awakened season in Dragonflight, the Fated season in Shadowlands, where we had all of the raids available, and not only did we have all of the raids available, but we had the gear tokens, right? We had the bullions. I think I still have some bullions around. I do have on the Paladin, I do have a couple of bullions too. And you can buy gear with the tokens. That's so good. I don't know why they don't do that. And you know what? Everything that we complain about the gear system, well, not everything, but close to everything, and what we complain about the raids has been solved with the Blackrock Deaths raid. Like, and yeah, no, I think the Blackrock Deaths Anniversary raid has pretty much every raid solution we have asked for. Think about it. It's, first of all, it's difficult, but it doesn't have these complex weak aura mechanics where you need to figure out trigonometry and quantum mechanics. Where does this hit and that angle? But if that person is sneezing, then my mom is awake and the food gets burned on the stove, and that's how I get this damage buff. That is so stupid. It's so convoluted for a video game. I don't know, if we make a poll of the entire community that likes raiding, who enjoys these super complex mechanics, I would be surprised if the majority of the player base would go, oh, I like it when I have to pull up a spreadsheet. This is like pulling up open an ass, by the way. And taking the private auras of my character with your private auras, make it into a weak aura that communicates with another weak aura, that shows on the screen the information that Blizzard is trying to hide, so that we don't use weak auras, but we end up using double the amount of weak auras to figure out the mechanic. Oh my god, can we fucking stop? That's Blackrock Death has like 4 or 5 mechanics per boss. It's difficult enough where the heroic version of Blackrock Death is harder, kind of, than the heroic version of Nerebar. Probably not harder than Ansurek, but hard enough where we actually couldn't finish Blackrock Death last week because we just wiped too many times. And it's not complicated. The mechanics are simple. Everybody knows the mechanics after like 3 or 4 pulls. It's just getting them right that's the difficult part. And you don't need weak auras for that. And you have tokens! You have token vendors! You can buy the entire fucking loot table of the whole raid.
Your purchase will serve you well.
This, and after every boss, you spawn at the last boss killed. You don't have to walk all over the place. The trash is like 3 times as... and 3 times as less trash than in a regular raid. We have boss fight after boss fight after boss fight with like a couple of trash packs in between that are also good. And the trash packs have lieutenants that reward you with crests, with time warp badges, and with more tokens.
Guaranteed.
So everything matters.
Charged for the suit.
Hydrates. I need to hydrate. Am I out of sync with the audio? Yeah, I can see BRD being the main raid for 5 months could be a drag for sure. But clearly the opposite does work. It's like you said, Avatar. I think maybe a medium in between them would probably be better. Doesn't that make it complicated to make it feel like we've accomplished something, but it just feels like a tedious grind? Definitely so. It's because players are actually getting better. It's because players are getting smarter. It's because players keep using tools that make mechanics trivial, and they want the progression to be meaningful, hence the progression has to be long. But it kind of, on the opposite side of the spectrum, keeps forcing us in using more complicated add-ons to figure out the mechanics. Because the reality is that out of the 20 people, let's say, if we're in a mythic raid, but you can say 30 people for a casual raid. Out of the 30 people that you get to raid with, not everybody plays at the same level. Let's say you have 5 people that really get it, that do the boss once or twice, maybe see a video about the mechanics and are like, okay, I know what to do. You have about 10 to 15 people that take, like, let's say 20, 30, 50 pulls to get it, right? And then you have like 5 to 10 more that are just not getting it, bro. That just need to do it again and again and again and again. And after like 100 pulls, it finally clicks, right? But you want to raid with all of these guys because you cannot just raid with the exact same people that get the mechanic at the same rate as you. And because the skill disparity is so large, they have to make it so that we have to make it so that raiding is accessible, and we have to do that with weak cars. What skin are you using for your personal resource display? It's a Wikara that I've been working on. It's a bunch of Wikaras actually. I don't know how my enhancement one is. This is still a work in progress. But I've made Wikaras for Mage, for Paladin, for Druid, for Death Knight, Frost DK at least. So I have a whole bunch that I've made. Maybe I should upload some of these. You know what? I can upload my Death Knight Wikara. Export. I've been doing this quite a bit recently, ever since I've started to main a mage, because I'd like the personal resource display, but it shows like almost everything except 1 or 2 things that I really needed to show, and for those one or two things I just need Wikars. So I started with me making Wikars just for those 1 or 2 things that just like match around the resource display, but then it became a little bit weird, so I just completely replaced the personal resource display and made it so that it's kind of like that, but with Wikars. So if you want my stuff, you can go on wago.io and look up Flame. You'll find my profile here. And if you I have a whole bunch of stuff that you can snag, and I try to keep them as updated as possible, right? So this is, what the hell is this? Why can I not tag it with Death Knight stuff? So Frost DK, description, config, categories. I cannot, for some reason it doesn't work. This website is funky. Oh, there you go, Death Knight. Frost. That's it. This is just for Frost. And if you go to my profile, my profile, there's the Fire Mage, I have a protection warrior that I'm still working on. DK, arcane, frost decay. Wait, why is this twice here? Oh, did I already upload it? Upload it. Okay, can I just delete this then? Do I have it more than once? Yeah, and you can just get whatever. Have you ever tried 30 WoW? What's 30 WoW? I don't know what 30 WoW is. Or the stop sub or not try this game. Too much absorb of real life. Okay. I don't know how to interact with what you said. That's listen, man, like War Within is a good expansion. Like it's what I'm doing is criticizing some things, and you don't have to like it. That's fine if you don't like it, but why are you here then? I don't know how to engage with people that complain that the game is dead, the game is boring, the game is bad, they don't play it anymore, but they come on streams and videos and complain about it. You clearly care enough about the game to constantly keep up to dates with it, watch content about it. You clearly want the game to be good because you keep putting up your opinion online, or you just want some kind of validation. Like, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with that. I don't know how to converse with you because it doesn't feel like it's a conversation anymore. If the game is boring and you don't like it and you unsub, just don't play. Why are you here if it's wasting your real life? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? It's taking up too much of your real life. That's such a personal thing. You get to choose how much time you spend into the game, right? If you're an adult. And if it's too time consuming, fine, play another thing. You can also play it for a couple of hours per week, which is significantly less, and we start to debate what time consuming means. Is it time consuming to play 2 or 3 hours per week of WoW? Sure. Is it time consuming to spend 2 or 3 hours on Instagram per week? Sure. Like, what do we categorize as time consuming? Do we include any type of activities as time consuming, or this only matters because it's about WoW and you want to criticize WoW because WoW just isn't the kind of WoW that you would like and you're trying to find faults with it? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Just be an adult. Just stop playing. It's fine. Nobody cares. Just, there are definitely games that have better things out there than WoW does. And there are, of course, things that WoW brings to the table that no other game brings, hence why we're here. War Within is a good expansion, but in my opinion, certain choices made for Mythic Plus have been a step backwards. True. And the performance issue should be worked upon. True. Example, if you open character panel in combat, you lose 5-10 FPS. Though overall, I like the expansion, the story being told. True. So the thing is, it's very hard for WoW gamers to treat WoW like a regular game, because WoW is not like your regular game. WoW is more than a game. It's culture. It's gaming culture. It's not like, oh, the new Call of Duty released this year, I gotta play that, or I don't get to play that. WoW is more than just that. Clearly, people care about it enough to not play it out of spite, but still tell people their opinions about it. Dude, if you really don't care about something, you don't talk about it. That's just how that's what not caring means. It's home, sure, it can be a lot. It can be an escape, it can be a place to relax, to relieve stress, it can be where you get to spend time with your buddies, it can be something engaging. It's a video game. I actually like raiding, I actually like Mythic Plus, and I really like the fantasy of Warcraft. I've been engrossed in it, and it's so convenient that it's also my job, right? So that's different. It's very hard to, you know, have the same kind of opinions with everybody, because myself and of course Marcelian and content creators have a vested interest in liking the game, or maybe not liking the game. You can make negative content about it if you want, but obviously we're invested in WoW existing, right? And we like it, and because we probably play it or are invested in it more than maybe other people, we tend to see the negative parts about it as well, or we at least try to. As a previous balance mate, how do you feel about balance now? Would you ever try it again, or do you think it needs more work? Yeah, balance does a lot of damage, but I can give 2 fucks. I'm a main fire mage. Damage is not what's pulling me into a spec. I think Druid is suffering from a lack of design. I feel like it's a little bit low. I think Druid is when you're a kid and you play with all of your toys in the living room and your mom says, okay, honey, time to clean up the toys. It's time for lunch, right? And you pack all of your toys into one big bucket. I feel like that's what Druid is. The toys that Druid has are kind of cool, but they feel like they're all shoved into one bucket and they don't make any sense. They're not synergizing properly. It's so annoying to try to reach for that one toy that you really want, because you have to just go through all of these other toys that you don't really care. But you have to get all of these toys, because otherwise you cannot get the one that you do want. And the one that you do want, sometimes you cannot even reach it because there's just way too much shit in the way that you need to get through first. That's basically my opinion about balance, kind of my opinion about Feral, my opinion about Bear, and a little bit my opinion about Resto as well. I want to end up like, wow, Grandma 78. That lady is a gem. Holy shit. People shouldn't criticize video games compared to other stories. Video games are like stories in movies or books. It's just that we have more interaction here. Games are the ultimate form of escapism and storytelling. See, I don't know if I agree necessarily with what you're saying. Because fundamentally games, I guess they can be called an escapism, but definitely not the escapism that we're talking about. Games are supposed to be a mental exercise in stimulating parts of your body. It can stimulate your attention, it can stimulate your memory, it can stimulate your reflexes. That's what games are. I don't know what the first game ever invented was, probably throwing a bunch of rocks or dice made out of sheep bones or whatever, but from that to video games, the principle remains the same. You want your brain to be stimulated either by trying to figure out a way to win, try to use the rules to your advantage, trying to use your opponent against your opponent and things like that. That's also what WoW is. It just so happened that modern video games also add a level of immersion, a level of storytelling, a level of belonging to a world, because this is as much as you want to call it a living world. Sure, that's true, but that's not what games are. That just happens to be what games can also do. Because if I feel like if you just characterize games as to just being a way of escapism and nothing else, that just takes away from what games really are, and that's no longer a game in my opinion. That's just a form of virtual reality. Virtual reality isn't synonymous to games. That's fine. That doesn't mean you don't get to like it. That doesn't mean that that's not true, but I don't see that as what games are supposed to be. Games are supposed to be interactive. Games are supposed to be stimulating and supposed to pose a challenge. Like, I don't understand people who go into games and say, I don't want this to be a second job. No, what you don't like is the grinding in a game and the challenges in a game to be tedious, monotonous, with very little rewarding and taking a lot of effort. That's what you don't like. It's not that you don't like chores, it's just that you don't like boring chores. My opinion. It's called each other. We're all kids here, right? Feral like a fake rogue. I play WoW for 20 years. Sometimes I take a break for months or next expansion release every time it's homecoming, and I say it's from a family and father perspective. WoW within is great, but I'm done on take a break 11.1. Sure, that's fine. I get it, JK. No, that's fair. It's a lot of it is samey, a lot of it is formulaic, and that's still a problem that the game has. It's a problem that we hope they fix it. It's what's going on with Mythic Plus and rating at the moment. Like, what WoW has, it's fine, but the thing is, a bunch of the stuff that WoW has is the same things that WoW had for a long time. And every expansion, it gets a little bit older. And we need more stuff, right? Which, again, kind of supports what I just said. Because WoW is still immersive, WoW is still a home, but if it doesn't have that challenge, that little interest, that little spike in I don't want to say dopamine, but a little spike in curiosity. Oh, I wonder what this new raid is. I wonder how this new class works. I wonder how this new system will influence my gaming. Like, if you don't have that, you'll just get bored and you'll stop playing and you'll come back next patch. That's because the game doesn't have gamey things. It still the world is the same. It's just as welcoming as before. You can just escape reality just as well as before. But if it gets boring, you stop playing because this is supposed to be a game. That's what I feel like some people either don't accept, or it's not obvious that they do from the way that they refer to WoW. I'm not saying that's you guys. I'm saying that, you know, my observation as a content creator reacting to stream chats and YouTube comments. The people that care the most about the game criticize the most. Yeah, that's true, but you do criticize it. Like, think about the last thing that you saw on the street. Maybe you saw a can of Coke. Maybe you saw litter. Maybe you saw a broken trash can. Maybe you saw a graffiti on a pole, and you don't really care about those things. If you don't really care about those things, you don't really think about those things anymore. You don't really bring them in conversations with anybody. That's what not caring means. But people who criticize it clearly care, because that's the opposite, right? You keep bringing it up. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe they released another dungeon that's so hard and has 10,000 mechanics, right? You clearly care about it. I'm loving the world within so far. Dipped out around Shadowlands Season 2 started, but my god, waiting over 1 to 5 weeks for one story double rotation is ass. They need to make it so every story version pops up once a week. I did not even notice. I didn't know that was a thing. That's a very good point. Are there any Delph content creators out there? Like, is this feedback going to Blizzard in any way? Some people read books, some people do crossroads. We have gaming as a hobby. That's true. There've been, like, we can be very on the nose with it as well, right? We can be do you know that there've been gaming studies that have shown that if you are a gamer, you have an increase in reflexes, in reflex speed, in attention span, in problem solving, in puzzle solving, even in socializing. Wasn't there a chick that did a TEDx talk or a TED talk about MMOs, particularly with WoW as an example, that showed how team working in WoW is based on a similar principles as team working on a job and in real life projects, because you rely on your strengths as an enhancement shaman coupled with your healers and your tanks and your other DPS to overcome a challenge. You rely and trust other people to do their job to be able to overcome a challenge. It's very similar to how you kind of should at least behave in a project at work, right? Plus, I think I've heard this very recently. Wasn't it so that if you play certain types of video games, probably shooters, I think it was, it improves your dexterity to such a degree where surgical doctors have seen to have an increase in their proficiency of about 20 to 30% if they play video games. Like, I'm sure the data is a little bit more fleshed out than what I'm saying, but that sounds wild. That sounds giga wild. And it makes sense, because think about it. Outside of me doing this stupid thing of just flying around, if I stop and start to fight something, I have to pay attention to where my character is, where my target is, pay attention to my HP box, to my character, to my target's HP box, pay attention to my spells, to my procs, to my cooldowns, to my dots, to my swings, to the ground effects that the boss is doing. Like, the amount of things that have to cycle through my brain and my brain has to be able to visually respond to are insane, are very large, and they tax my brain. But they keep me interesting. That's very good food for your brain. That's why we like video games. Sure, I like to be an orc in this desert and feel like, oh my god, I'm escaping from my day job. Like, day job wasn't just playing WoW anyway. I don't need to think about my bills. I don't need to think about my mom that just said that, you know, is video games still a good use of your time? But mom, this is how I relieve stress, okay? Oh, look at this desert. It feels so peaceful. Look at that hyena. Oh my god, this is such an escape, right? But do this for 8 fucking hours. You would be bored after 7 minutes. Right? So don't kid yourself. You want things to be challenging. You want things to be interesting. You want things to happen. It's not just about the escape. It's about everything that you do in the game. The sync is off. Alright. Arja has a mission, and her mission is to fix the sync. Alright, let's see. Thank you for pointing it out. By the way, wait, I might not need the phone though. Let me see. How bad is the sync though? Ah! Going to do some sound cues. Okay, it's slightly off, yeah. I think the sound is a little bit delayed. Let's... Thing is, if I do this, then I have to do it again tonight when... wait, I can just do it from my PC, actually. Would that make any sense? Let's try it out. I don't know if it would. Desktop audio. I don't think it would. No, it would. It would. Let's try minus 100 ms. Would that fix it? Let's see if there's a big difference. Okay, this sounds pretty perfect. It's pretty perfect, right? I feel like it's slightly off, but I don't know if it's noticeable. I'm reloading just to make sure that my stream isn't buffering too far behind. What up, everybody? Doing one more. God damn it. Is it better now? Hello, chat. How are you today? You are beautiful. Okay, it seems fine. Love from California. What up, Cali? Been listening to stream in background and hearing what you're saying the last couple of minutes as a casual player and only playing for last week's expansion, but growing up. Watching all my friends play since vanilla and TBC, you are making perfect sense. I didn't have money or a PC to play when I was younger, but being older and playing now, it makes sense. I burn out after a month. 4 expansions in a row. It also comes down to the type of gamer you have. I think as much as WoW players really like WoW and WoW to be good, they also have this undying loyalty that they don't really want to relinquish, where you have to keep playing. You don't have to keep playing. If you've played the game and you've enjoyed it for a while and you're bored now, just stop. That's fine. You don't have to keep playing. There's so many good games that you can play in the meantime. And WoW kind of did this. I don't know if they did this because players are like this or players are like this because WoW is the way it is. But WoW is a seasonal game. You can go away for a while, come back, and there's catch-up mechanics where you won't feel like you're behind. So it kind of promotes playing other games, which is great because playing WoW 24/7 is not modern gaming anymore. I mean, not for a lot of people. It probably is for some people. But I cannot play WoW all the time. I don't play WoW all the time. I play other games as well, or I don't play any games at all, and I do other stuff. When it comes to WoW, the most I ever actually get to play in a week is on stream with you guys. I get to raid about 5 hours per week, which is, you know, my raiding time, and I get to do keys with my friends a couple of nights per week for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, right? That's still quite a few hours per week if you add them all up, but as opposed to 18 hours to 20 hours of live streaming, that's nothing. And when I play on live streams, I kind of do things a little bit on a routine basis. I don't get to really do what I want, because what I really want to do is just boring. It's boring stream content. It's not the game, it's the guildies. I don't know if that's true, but definitely guildies can impact it. Suff? Oh, you mean SUI? Oh, I haven't used SUI in years, brother. I know that Sienna stopped working on it sometime. I don't know if he still works on SUI. But yeah, personally, I like to augment my UI as little as possible. I just think that the dark frame options here with the class colored frames are just thematic. They just make it feel like I'm on my shaman, right? Everything is a little bit blue. Like the class that I pick matters in the visual cue and the visual representation on my screen. Shooters don't need that much dexterity compared to StarCraft 3rd. Probably not, but shooters need a reaction time probably faster than StarCraft 3rd. But yeah, but it's very hard. I don't know. There might have been a study. Like I'm on the team that Brood War is probably the most difficult game ever made in the world. I haven't seen anybody have as much APM in a video game as you have in Brood War. That's also efficient APM and not just spammy. MPP I do raid, I do M plus and quit in no more than 2 months till next season, but I love the game. Just wish I had more time for it. That's fine. Love you, dude. Thanks for replying and thanks for your comment. No worries, you know. Thank you for chatting. I'm always watching even when I don't play well. I'm always looking to you guys for tutorials and advice. Love the game format. You guys are great. Oh, appreciate you, man. Thanks for the support, brother. Glad we make content interesting enough for you to keep watching. Oh yeah, and that's fine. Listen. It's natural, right? So if you think about it, this is a fairly simple thing, right? Oh, fucking serious, bro? Right? So when you're a kid, is this how it works? Yeah. When you're a kid, right? This is your free time, right? And what do you have in your free time? You have, I don't know, you have school, you have chores, you have studies, you go out with friends, and maybe you play, maybe this can be WoW, right? Maybe this is your WoW time, right? When you're in high school or when you're in college, right? You have a lot of time to video game. But the older you get, right, the more stuff gets filled in, right? You probably start to date more, you go out to parties, you have work meetings, you have team buildings, you have outings, you have actual responsibilities, you gotta clean your house, you gotta buy new pairs of socks. I need to buy new pairs of socks. Gotta do the groceries, gotta cook because you have no food. You, I don't know, go to the gym, go play a sport. You like, it fills up, so you have less and less time to play WoW, right? And you can say that the same for gaming, right? There's more stuff being added into games. There's more stuff being added into WoW. Like WoW has more activities now than it ever did before. There's just, and the day still has 24 hours. You will never have more free time than you have now, probably. Or more time to do the things that you want to do than now, probably, right? So it makes sense that as time goes on, you have less and less time for some certain things. So you have to prioritize a little bit more. Paint, yes. Terminal WoWich. But that's fine, listen. WoW has a lot of personality. And it makes sense that people like it so much. That's why we're here too. Quick question. I haven't played WoW since Shadowlands, mainly Battlegrounds. I don't have a decent PC. I'll buy a new one this Christmas and kind of want to jump back. Should I? Well, if you like WoW, for sure. Listen, the War Within is cool. So here's how I see it, right? After playing WoW for so long, because I always thought, give me a second. So I guess playing Sword in Azeroth. Oh, seriously. I always thought if I wouldn't be doing content creation, how much would I play WoW? I actually really like WoW. And I would probably do the raid. Probably wouldn't mythic raid unless I had like at least 1 or 2 friends that would just mythic raid with me in the same guild.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
And after that, I would probably stop. I have a lot of games that I would like to play. Like right now, I'd probably play Space Marine. I would probably play the Warcraft Remasters. I'd probably play Bazaar. I'd probably play Wukong, right? There's a bunch of other stuff that I would play or just not play at all. It's very convenient that, you know, I work with Marcelian, we do content creation. And this is part my job, but it's also part enjoyable as well. But you don't have to play WoW. So because of the way I would play WoW, I would always want to try out the patch, right? Oh my god, this is the raid with Nerubians. I really want to see how the raid with Nerubians is, right? Next patch we're getting, oh, this is the raid with the goblins and Gallywix. Oh, I've known Gallywix for like so many years. I want to see how the raid is. I would try it out, right? So for people who ask, should I give it a go? If you like WoW, I think you should give it a go. This will go, right? The content in WoW is fun when it's live content. You can still do it when it's not live content, when the patch has passed, right? You can go back to do it. That's fine, but it's not the same, right? When everybody's doing the same thing in an MMO, it's more fun. The raid narrow bar is fun now when everybody's doing it, when everybody's progressing it and everybody's figuring it out, right? You can still enjoy it, doing it in next expansion if you really want to. But if you're asking, like, should I come in, I don't know, in a month or so, whenever you get your PC or whatever, I think so, yeah. WoW has enough mechanics in placed into it where you can catch up with everybody that's been playing the game for a while, so you don't have to feel like, oh, this patch has been going on for like 3 months and I've missed it. Am I too far behind to be able to enjoy the game? No, I don't think so. You'll probably have to do a little bit of grinding. It's not, you know, you don't have to do the same type of grinding I did to get to where I am for you to get to where I am, right? You don't have to do that grinding. You have to do a lot less. And it makes sense, right? So you're fine. Just play the video game if you want to. You know you can get your money's worth out of WoW. For how much we complain about all the store mounts and everything, WoW gives you a lot of content for not a lot of money. Wait, having kids is a debuff to your game time until they're old enough to farm herbs, right? That's what I heard. My kids have more time for WoW than I do. Dude, how... For parents in chat, I'm curious. For parents that play WoW with their kids, or that play WoW and their kids play WoW, because you might not be playing together. How is it? How do you do it? How is WoW? It's like, Dad, I'm logging into WoW. Oh shit, I'm already into WoW. Like how does that dynamic work? Do you play? Because I don't know if I could play with my parents if they played WoW. I'm like, Dad, nah, I'm just gonna do my thing, man. Just yeah. Just love the WoW universe? Go for it, man. Yeah, sure. Just think about it this way. You can buy the expansion if you don't have it. Buy a month. That's what? 70 bucks? 80 bucks a month, which is not... I mean, it's, you know, it's 80 bucks, sure. But it's 80 bucks and you can probably get a couple hundred hours for it. If you like it, you pay 15 bucks more. And then you get double that amount of game time again. And then you pay 15 bucks more. And you get triple that amount of game time again, right? So WoW has a lot of content that you can get for very little. If you need a hobby, if you need an activity, if you like video games, if you want to get engrossed, if you want to have a challenge, WoW is a good game for that. And it rewards your time invested in it. Oh, that's fine, Kelly Rosa. This is perfectly fine to have people you socialize with in video games. Video games have evolved to a point, and WoW is probably one of the best examples for this, where you can actually use it as a socializing point. I have friends that don't live in the same city that I do, right? I'm able to have those friendships because we have a common medium that we can explore and we can engage in common activities within, which is WoW, right? You take them into M+, and if they don't out-DPS you, you disown them. And what if they out-DPS you, and then you try to enforce discipline, and they're like, but you do less damage than me. How does parenting work then? I had an Acer Nitro 5 and I wanted to sell it, and guess who bought it? My mom. She can now play WoW. Oh shit, that's really dope, man. So it's adorable. 13 bucks a month is a lot of money compared to the Game Pass. True. But if 13 bucks is too much money for WoW and Game Pass is enough, then maybe WoW isn't for you. Like, I'm not going to judge anybody's on their financials and the way that they spend money. And everybody's doing their own thing. We all have our lives to live. That's fine. If you don't have money for something, then you don't have money for something, and that's perfectly okay. Then don't do it. Pay your bills. Holy shit. Get food in your fridge. What are you doing? They won the ride then? Can you imagine being a parent and doing a dungeon with your kids and knowing that if they out-DPS you, they're gonna give you shit? Can you understand how much better of a gamer you would suddenly turn into at that point? I mean, I would. Like, holy shit, this little snot-nosed motherfucker is out-DPSing me? I'm the breadwinner. I'm the head of the household. I am the DPS. I'll just play healer, then there won't be any question about our DPSing. Ha! Loophole! Loophole! Oh, appreciate it, Raptor. Some ideas for a transmog enhancement shaman? Yes, my one. My transmog is the best. Check this out. Yeah, the helmet doesn't really match the white on the... But I think I can actually change the white orc heritage into something that can match the helmet. Wait, is this or do I want Frostwolf? There you go. Can have this awesome mod. For the small price of watching the stream for 10 more minutes to figure out the items that I'm using. I was playing WoW with my boy on the lab when he was little. Now he has his own PC. We play sometimes. It's like quality time. That is fucking adorable and awesome at the same time, man. Because that's such a good way to keep your eye on your kids. Because you can see when they log in. You can track their WoW time. Son, have you done your homework? Yes, Dad, I've done it. I finished 5 minutes ago. Bullshit! You are not... You were in the key 5 minutes ago, motherfucker. Unless it's not worth it, but in terms of value, Game Pass gives you more. But that's fine. But can you actually put that value to good use? Because I feel like that's a good argument, but I can get Game Pass. I don't literally have the time to play all of the games that the Game Pass gives me. And I guess it's the, you know, the value of the dollar per hour, right? Or whatever you want to call it. For 13 bucks a month for WoW, like every hour that I spend in WoW is very, very fun. Like I could have fun in games, but in other games it's usually like the first 3 or 4 hours. But that's fine, I can be very individual. I don't have to be right. What's the level of the various characters you play? My main is 630. My paladin, which is my main alt, is like 620 something. I don't know what else comes next. My warriors 600 and something I level. My DK is probably 615-ish, around there. This is 595. I haven't actually geared my characters enough. But yeah, I guess that's kind of where I am at the moment. Just leave streaming to Marcelian and stream on your own channel. Why? Other games. We could stream other games here. But why would I stream other games? There's only like 5 of you that would watch it, so why would I do that? We did that, by the way. We did that right here. Barely a couple of people watching. But I think our channel just needs to get way bigger. And I think people need to be accustomed to watching variety gaming. But there's a lot of people that come to our streams to watch specific specs being played in dungeons and keys and so on and so forth. But I feel like everybody does that, and it kind of gets a little bit boring. Like, I tried to do that last week, and I looked back at the VOD of when we did those keys, when we did WoW, and I got bored. It's fun to talk. I cannot really talk 24/7. I don't know how some people do it, because my throat is already a little bit itchy. I might need to make myself some quick tea. But I'm just not the... Like, the kind of things that I like to do in WoW is push keys with buddies. But if I push keys with buddies, we normally talk shit. Shit that's not very politically correct. And we rage and do shit that, you know, just ends up getting eventually boring, right? I tend to focus like an onion. I don't know if onions can focus, but if they could focus, they would focus like I am when I do keys. And I'm like, oh, zooming in on the key, and then remembering that I haven't read a comment in like 37 minutes. My son and I did BRD when he was 8 years old. Oh shit, Barry, goddamn. You're old. Oh, I'm kidding. Actually, I might be closer in age to your son. BRD came out when I was 14. Can't wait to rate some Liberation of Undermine. I love it how you abbreviate that, but you're probably the first person that has ever abbreviated that Radiant. Is the smiles per hour that counts? So that's a very good way to put it. New guy questions. And that's a question. Sure. I'll be 16 January. May you have many more fruitful years ahead of you. May you enjoy good health and may your family live long and prosper. It's weird because thank you Nat Bonus for the 11 months tier 1, buddy. Appreciate it. It's weird because we have a saying in Romanian when people tell us our age. We say something like it's very cringe when you translate it into English. It's not cringe in Romanian. We say something like, may you have many more years ahead of you, something like that. That's just a normal cultural thing. It sounds so weird to say it in English though. Wait, I need to change the drops command. BRD came out when you were... Holy shit, Kabal! You're old as fuck, man! Wait, didn't BRD just came out with vanilla though? Oh. Sounds like something Thrall would say, which is why I like orcs. It's not cringe, you uncultured swine. It's fucking cringe. What? I said it's cringe in English. Don't be offended about something I didn't say, motherfucker. Many winters ahead of you. Winters. Sure. Hey, what up, Parvel? How's it going? Avem mulți ani înainte. Kinda, yeah. What do you think about this? Please know, when this content goes live, players will unlock different ring powers weekly over 6 weeks, leading to the ability to fly once all is completed. What? I feel like you're trying to passively, aggressively say something, but not actually say it. Are you actually referring to the fact that we won't have flying off the bat in Isle and the Siren Isle? Because you won't like my response, Ransom. You won't like it, man. You don't want it. I am a motherfucker. Well, if you have kids, I would assume, right? Wouldn't say cringe, just feels far too high and mighty for casual conversation. See, now that's where you're wrong, because each culture is different. And if you think it's high and mighty, then that's something you need to look at. Thoughts on midnight player housing. Oh boy, are we getting it? Are we going into it? Are we going into it? I have to do it on my warrior where I can hop into my garrison and be in my own little home that I've built for myself from the ground up. Fuck flying, you're welcome. That's exactly it, Patrick. I don't like flying in the sense that it kind of disconnects me from the world. Casual English convo, like saying myself. Yeah, that's what I mean. It sounds cringe in English because it's not. So I guess it matters how we define cringe, because when people socialize with each other, they form this. I guess the simplest way of saying it is unwritten set of social rules, right? Things that you can say, things that people respond to positively, things that people appreciate, and things that people expect people to say. It's kind of like a norm, like a code of conduct, right? Like an unwritten code of conduct. That's what we do to, you know, kind of be a part of the group. You don't want to be the weird one out that just says the weird thing all the time. Obviously, we always say weird things, and that's fine, right? But if you want to get into a group, you kind of try to adapt to the group's vibe, right? To the group's atmosphere, and that applies to like if that group is like a whole country, right? When it's a social construct. If it's a social construct, for us to say it in Romania, because that just, you know, shows that you pay respect to the person. that you wish them well and so on and so forth, and that's normal to say, then that doesn't become cringe. But when in English, when that's not normal to say, even though the sentiment is the same and it shouldn't be cringe at all, it is cringe from, I guess, my guess is from the point of view that it's not socially normal to say. No flying sucks. I feel like there has to be a comma after no. Right? Or flying sucks. I do agree, Cabal. I agree with what you're saying. Flying sucks. Like, if you like flying that much, why not just teleport everywhere? If you want to be efficient in your moving across the world, why not just teleport? Going on foot on the ground is basically getting engaged into the world, right? Like, if you just want to skip fast because you're too bored in ground walking, why not just teleport? Oh wait, what the fuck? That's the wrong Hearthstone. We're talking about player housing. Non-mage player seating. Oh, I know! I know! So I think the perfect version of flying was what we had in Dragonflight. I like it to Cabal. Listen, if we all had the exact opinions, this would be boring. And I would say something, and then everybody in chat would be like, yeah, I know. I'm thinking the exact same thing. I was gonna say the exact same thing until you said it. That would be such a fucking boring world to live in, right? This is my house, by the way, guys. You're welcome to come in. I have only one decoration, but it's mine. You cannot have it. Master of the Apexis. I think this is because I farmed 100,000 Apexis crystals back in Warlords of Draenor. And I have the... I forgot what the name of it is. I don't even know where I got this from. I don't remember what the mount is called. The Apexis mount. Oh, yes, there you go. I got this shit. This was the first mount I grinded for to buy the currency for it, just because it was there. I don't particularly like it. But I have it. I actually farmed the Apexis crystals for it. Okay, so give me a second. Let me make a quick tea because my throat is fucking killing me. And I'll be right back. What the fuck is Kino? It's my headset. Haranir Shaman. Oh my god. Aren't Haranirs the new race? The new proto troll things? Yeah. I was actually hoping we would get more story with those guys. It's not a hoodie, Arja, it's a Uri. The H is silent. It's really good though. Yeah. I thought this was very stupid, and sometimes I still do. I thought this was very stupid when I first saw it, but I put it on a cold day. I was like, I don't have to turn on my heat anymore. Last night they said we will. Did they? I think I might have missed it. I was in between the WoW Direct and writing things down on a document for the video. So I might have missed that. Kino is German for cinema, but you can say Kino like if something is tasteful or quality. Oh shit. This is Kino. So it's kind of funky. I like it. Yeah, I think somebody asked about player housing. See, garrisons were an exercise on player housing. There was not supposed to be player housing. There were supposed to be like military hubs that dictate our operations within a particular zone, right? If I recall, this is what they've marketed them as back in Warlords of Draenor. This is supposed to be like if we would be in a Warcraft 3 setting, this is my base where I train grunts and shamans at and send them to battle, right? And they kind of did that, but I think it started to become way too complicated, so they relegated that to a mission table that has like no impact in the open world whatsoever, and we just have like weird ass missions that we send our followers into, and that's about it. But they've added customizable options when it comes to the buildings that you can build, and they eventually added cosmetic stuff, like you can choose what buildings you do. I don't know if this is for probably people who haven't played Warlords of Draenor. And you can add decorations. Now that's when people were like, wait a minute, decorations, so I can make this like a personal thing, like my own home. Oh, player housing, right? Like this is a decoration, and you have a more... Can I put more stuff here? It says empty. I don't understand. Okay. So I think there's more than one of these stands where you can put statues in. Oh yeah, there's that too. I don't understand how I can change these. It's been a long time. But obviously taking this to like a whole new level. I don't know why I couldn't change this, by the way. Taking this to a whole new level, you can customize it so much with so many more other things, right? So that's when people were like, okay, well, doesn't this mean we can actually have like player housing? Because we can, obviously this is instant. Like, if you and me were not in a party and we were just outside in the open world, like, let's say we were right here in the open world in Frostfire Ridge, right? And we would walk in towards our garrison. This would probably phase us. This is the point where they would phase us in and we each walk into our own garrison. So this is the technology that they're most likely going to use for player housing. It's just that it's going to be a house. Now, I don't know what that means with a house, where it's going to be or not, but I feel like it's a nice hub to personalize it, to make you feel like you have a place you belong. That's really cool. I think they need to put some kind of utility into it, otherwise people will forget it, because the majority of WoW players are very practical minded. Very few people care for aesthetics for the purpose of aesthetics. I'm not saying transmogs, right? But if people cared for lore and immersion and aesthetics, they would probably not use things like Hearthstones and fast travel. They would just like walk there, right? They would do more roleplay, but they obviously don't care about that much. And a house is roleplay. Don't get it twisted. Unless it has a practical purpose. Unless in your house you could have like a portal. You can choose to have a portal in your house to a place that, you know, you don't have a portal for in your grand city. Or you could choose to have like a flight path, or you could choose to have like a profession vendor or a profession table or something there, but not too much, because if you add too much into your player housing, then it would turn into garrison. And what garrisons did is that this is everything that you need here. If this is Warlords of Draenor 2014, 15, whenever this came out, if this is Warlords of Draenor, you have everything you need here. You have everything you need except the auction house, I think. That's the only thing that you don't have here. You have profession vendors. You can grind your entire profession here. You don't need to go outside. You can bring quests here. You can do your dailies here. You can teleport from here to different zones. You never have to be in the open world again. This is prior to world quests, right? We have no world quests or events. These are just treasures, right? These are not world quests. So that was the problem with garrisons, is that they've isolated the player base in their own little home. So that's what we don't want to have. So that means that the player housing cannot be too practical, because that would take away the reasons for you to be outside in the real world. Udi Gaming is amazing. Oh, so cozy in the winter. Best. They showed the cutscene and they said they will get more prominence. Fair. Apparently they have received rigging for armor. Okay. Give us personal auction house, Hearthstone crafting tables, custom development, quests, and achievements to unlock for furniture. Yeah, it should be like maybe 80% cosmetic and 20% practical or utility. Yeah, I mean, obviously cooking should probably be able to be done in your own home. And maybe have like one extra thing. I don't know if it should be tied to profession. Maybe either have like a garden for your herbalism, or a smelting forge for if that's something that you would put in your house, right? Yeah, you don't want everything in your house, yeah. Oh, so that's what you meant. I figured that's what you meant, but I figured maybe you were referring to something else. No, you don't want that, because then why would you ever leave your house, right? You have everything there. You had auction house with engineering, then scratch that. You had everything in the garrison. Just needs to be a place you can hang out, maybe some crafting station, travel options, but don't make it garrisons. Yeah. And it cannot be too big, right? Because the more you put into it, the bigger it has to be. Can they put real estate into WoW, bro? Can there be like multiple house locations, and you have to buy the land slot for your house, and the price differs based on location? And based on offer and demand. Oh, so many people want to be in Goldshire. Goldshire has the most expensive houses in all of Azeroth. Lol. Imagine that. Just needs to be a place you can hang out. Yeah. They can't have utility there, or they turn into everyone not leaving again. Maybe at some portals, but nothing past that. Yeah, it has to be. No, there has to be some utility. You cannot have no utility, otherwise nobody's gonna use it. You cannot have too much utility, otherwise nobody's gonna leave it, right? So it has to be somewhere in the middle. More towards less utility than more utility. A small percentage will even care about player housing. It'll be instance. It will have to be, because you know we don't have, what is it, 5,000 houses? How many people are on a server? Or more, right? Different outsides with different prices. Jesus. I wonder how the RP servers will treat it, man. You can actually have families now. They can play house within WoW. Holy shit. I wonder how far they'll go if you compare to other MMOs like Fantasy 14. The real estate economy is toxic as fuck, and then you have things like guild housing and plot size. I've never got into that in Final Fantasy, so I don't know how that is. Anarchy online, depending on how much you paid, depending on how much the apartment was. Jesus. Full para poster. Oh, you know somebody's gonna have a full para poster. Nah. I was thinking, can you make IRL JPEGs and import them into WoW and use them as posters? People will have porn in their house. I swear to God. I swear to God, that's the first thing that people put in. I have no idea how housing works in New World. In Final Fantasy 14, the real estate type housing is a shit show. It's a pain in the ass to get one. I have no idea what that is. I don't know how the whole system works. in Final Fantasy 14. Oh yes. You could have AH in Garrison. Yeah. I've been informed. Like Sims. Dude, I haven't played Sims in like over 10 years. Gold share P Diddy house. Jeez. People would actually have posters of P Diddy, dude. And can we say worse, or is there no worse? I wanted to say Cosby, but I guess that was worse, right? Fantasy 14 has limited house lots in different zones, and they cost money based upon house size. So real money transaction goes what? Oh, you know everybody's gonna get a house in WoW. It's not gonna be like limited spacing. That's crazy. Also, I was joking when I said real estate. I was joking. That's not gonna happen. Acquisition system for houses, no shot. The biggest guilds have the most plots, and they sell plots for real money, and some plots can cost thousands. Wow! What's impressive is not that it costs thousands, is that people pay thousands. Fuck, dude. Dude, I have posters with Vulperas in bikinis. Male Vulperas, of course. Real estate is real. Jesus. There's people that get paid to decorate? What the fuck is that video game? How can you be bad at decorating, man? You decorate with items in your inventory, right? Or... Holy fucking shit, Final Fantasy 14 is wild. Hey, Ruthless, thank you for the 5 months, buddy. Appreciate the prime. How you doing, dude? Hey! It's like housing areas is an instance with 50 houses. There's like 3 or 4 big ones, and the rest of them are like ghetto tier. Oh, Jesus! That's why the big ones go for so much. Ghetto tier. Jesus Christ. Interior decorators, but on an in-game house. Yeah, I understand what they are. I don't understand why that has to be something that you're either good or bad at. It's just... Like, what is the system of decorating? Because when I think of decorating, I think in WoW terms, oh, I just have this cool trophy, I hang it on the wall. And the trophy is something that I have as a player for an achievement that I got. Do you use the decorating materials of the decorators, or do they use your decorating materials? Does that information get shared between people? Like, how does that work? Or do they just paint with the mouse cursor on the walls? Like, what does that mean? Introduce rent. Oh my god, you guys are wild. I love this rent, dude. Holy shit. Yo, bro. What? Dude, come with me to my house. Why? This motherfucker hasn't paid rent in 2 months. We need to get my money. Bring the boys in. Let's waterboard this motherfucker. Oh shit. Dude, imagine if that would be a thing. Nice Superman cosplay, my hair. What's with my... I have no idea how my hair looks. Because I have to turn sideways to see my camera. What's wrong with my hair? Oh, what the fuck is that? Jesus Christ. You'd play Final Fantasy 14, get to housing, and just be like, what the fuck is this? Dude, I didn't need to do that, man. I've played Final Fantasy 14, got to the first capital city. I was already, what the fuck is this shit? Super Saiyan? If only, man. Oh my god, I would yell so hard if that would turn me into a Super Saiyan. It's quite in depth. Fuck off. With a lot of various furniture and many other things. You give them permission to have access to your things and they do it with that. Fuck right off. Final Fantasy 14 gamers are wild as fuck, dude. What the... How do their living rooms look like, though? Are they Asmongold rooms? Wait, he cleaned this shit. Does that not work anymore? No shot, dude. What the fuck? Make the housing reflect real life. Have the option to live in your mother's basement. Have her pull the internet cord when dinner's ready and you're not coming up to eat. Have her turn off the light and then you stream WoW. And then the light goes dark. It's like, shit, my character needs to go eat, guys. Oh my god, that's so cringe. Oh shit. Yo, the ideas need to keep coming, man. Holy fuck. Can you imagine nobody would ever raid or do dungeons ever again because they would just be in their home every time? But ma, I have raid with the boys and you're like sword and shield in hand. For an IRL fee, fuck off, dude. No shot. No shot, dude. Gamers are crazy, bro. If they make it so you can invite artists to your house, imagine what RP servers are like. Well, they have to, right? That's the whole point. Well, what's the point in decorating your house in cool shit if you don't get people to see it? But like I said it yesterday, right? Because you can do that with garrisons as well, but nobody gives a fuck about your garrison. Why would people give a fuck about their house? People don't really care about other people's stuff. They just want other people to care about their stuff, right? Whenever somebody says, hey, dude, look at my transmog, then everybody's like, no, look at my transmog. That's the average WoW player. Nobody's gonna give a fuck about what you've done with your house. So whenever they make player housing, if the concept of showcasing your artistic decoration or whatever it would be is important for the system, they would have to find incentivizing people to do that. Maybe by seeing how your friend put an Onyxia trophy on their wall, maybe you get an Onyxia trophy to put on your wall. They would have to be like contests to rate. Oh my god, we're gonna do player housing contests, right? Who has the coolest house? We're definitely gonna do that on stream and give winners out to people with the best houses. Holy shit. But see, Arja, in the context of everything that we talked about, that's not crazy. That's not crazy at all. Some old MMOs had it right. City of Heroes had super bases and you had guild quests from those bases and could launch raids from there. That would be so cool, dude. Okay, so the easiest way to think about this would be with Stormwind, right? Can we also have a visual representation of what I'm about to say? Let me hop on my mage. RC Addict on YouTube says, when your wife divorces you, you lose half of the in-game house value or whatever. Holy shit. Dude, imagine the RP servers doing this shit. Imagine RP couples marrying each other and going into a house, but you know, the house is actually the party leader's house, right? And you divorce. It's like, but I like that Onyxia head. Too bad the lawyer doesn't cover account sharing. Oh my god, dude. Player housing, player divorce. That's some funny shit, dude. You have to get a lawyer in game. A new profession has been announced. Sharks of Goldshire. Imagine actual lawyers playing WoW and coming in with actual legal chops. Dude. So there has to be an impact. So what I'm thinking, there has to be an impact on player housing. And let's say, for an example purpose, we're in Stormwind, right? Like each of these houses, or at least the majority ones that are not, you know, bakeries or shoemakers at the side, right? You can choose one and be inside of it, right? The house, I mean, not your mom. And then you have your guild occupy, let's say, the rest of Stormwind, right? Or maybe like a district of Stormwind. And then you have district wars. You have gangs and cartels within Stormwind. We recreate the Stonemasons Guild and get Van Cleef in on it. Holy shit. So there would have to be like a way to interact with other people's I don't know who said this in chat, but that would have been really cool if you can have, I don't want to say guild wars, but house wars somehow, where you can use your house as a staging base for stuff, kind of like what garrisons were supposed to be. Stormwind Mafia. Ian gets to pronounce the verdict. Guild PvP. Yeah, kind of like that, but player housing would have to play a role into it. Can you play hide and seek with your player housing? Also, by the way, motherfuckers, be honest with me, Horde players. If player housing would be a real thing, and you could actually pick a house in your main capital city, how many of you motherfuckers would swap to humans right away, or at least to Alliance? Because you know, Orgrimmar does not support any kind of like legit housing. Look at this. Look how many houses you have here. Prop hunt, maybe. Thunder Bluff, where? Like, Stormwind is kind of like the only... Is it the only city in the game, and Borealis, where you have like a lot of filler background houses that have like no purpose, that could actually turn into player housing houses? But cities like Orgrimmar and Thunder Bluff and Horde cities in general, every building has a purpose, right? There's no like extra buildings like this is where the Goblin family lives in, right? There's nothing like that. The Barons, you just sleep on the floor, man. Ironforge 2, sure, yeah, that's true. To take out the garbage every night before raid. Dude, imagine if you actually have a garbage taking out system, and if you don't, your house starts to stink, and you would see flies outside of it. People will walk next to it, it's like, Flame, motherfucker, take out your garbage. Silvermoon? Oh, that's true, Silvermoon. Oh, I take that back. How many orcs want to live in Silvermoon, dude? Come on. Darnassus? Does Darnassus have, like, extra housing space? We can actually check that. We're Alliance. Darnassus has space, but... It took me a moment. You're such a fool, Cabal. Sylvanas made a lot of space in Darnassus for new real estate, but it was all a ploy. It was all a ploy. Where do I turn back time to? I guess here, right? To see old Darnassus. The one that doesn't have a lot of space.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Dark Shore Alliance territory. I am Alliance, motherfucker. What do you mean? That includes Teldrassil. Look at that. Teldrassil when it was a tree. Or she gets to Ramar for housing. Imagine how many Alliance would go Horde. Then that is true. That's a very good point. Undercity to make people feel at home. You actually live in the Undercity, and the above city where the humans used to live, you just deposit your corpses. Dude, I don't think Amir Drasil is as cool as old Darnassus. See, so the thing with Darnassus is that unless you kind of justify living at this upper floors, right? The elite, the penthouses. Every building here is kind of like with a purpose, right? Everything is like a craftsman stuff, right? What's here? Oh no, this is empty. Oh, you could. Oh my god, in old Darnassus you totally could. This is actually cool. So although I kind of am in favor of the Horde burning down Darnassus, I just would have hoped that WoW would make it so that you can build more cities like this instead. Like, I don't want the Night Elves to get their Darnassus back, but I want them to be able to build cities like this again. Sure, more housing would be so baller. It would, wouldn't it? Imagine that as a Night Elf, your housing is a tent outside cities. That's Volperos, right? Yeah, and then you're homeless, right? Then you'd feel like you live in California. Oh! Dog houses for Worgans, lol. Worgans get old Gilneas reclaimed. Yeah, Gilneas was actually really cool too. Gilneas is the coolest city. It is pretty dope. Can you visit Gilneas? What about living in Dalaran once it's rebuilt? Sure, sure, why not? Right? Hit me up with those stables, sincerely, a Torrent. Will Torrents sleep standing? Or is that just horses? Can you see Gilneas? Can you visit Gilneas? Do I have a portal there? I don't think so. I think I have to figure out a way to get to Darnassus, right? How would a house in Suramar look like, though? You can visit Gilneas. Go make a starting Worgen. I want to see Gilneas again. Do you actually get to explore Gilneas as a starting Worgen? If you go to Gilneas now, wouldn't it be just like infested with the plague of the Forsaken? They never got it back, did they? We had the quest for the heritage with the Worgans, and it's about it, right? Tolbarad. Is that the closest one I can get? I'm just looking at Suramar. Like, if we could get Suramar. Oh my god, Suramar is huge. I forgot how big it was. Oh, dude. This is way too pretty for me, though. This is way too pristine. I wouldn't like living here, but it's a nice place to visit. This is really cool. Were we able to fly in Suramar at the release of Legion? I don't remember that we were, right? I remember being on foot for a long time questing in Suramar. Horde only? You forget, friend, I have both faction characters. I have more Horde characters than Alliance, motherfucker. It just so happens that my main is Alliance. And my ult. Okay, not too shabby. Alright, so you said Tolbarad? Is that the closest I can get to... Where the fuck is Tolbarad, though? I have no idea where Tol Barad is. Oh, there. Okay, that's pretty close. Portals? No, see, that's why I think you're wrong. I feel like the fact that flying was so inaccessible made it feel like you engage with the content way more. Oh my god, I cannot fly here. Is this for real? How do I get to the mainland? Do I just like swim? Wait, don't I have like an underwater mount? See, is this a... Oh, I have this shit. Does this swim fast? Is this fast swimming? It should be, right? Will I die before I reach the shore? That has to be Gilneas. That is the tower, the lighthouse of Gilneas, isn't it? No, that's Don Moro. I just need to know when I can fly. No, this is still Tol Barad. Oh, I died. Okay. And it revives me in the battleground. Ruins of Gilneas. Yeah, I think only if I make a Worgen I can get back there. There's like no flight path. Can I just like walk away? Oh my god, I've never done this content before. This is so cool. What is... This is so cool. What a cool fucking place. Oh, this is so dope. I've never done this before. Old Dalaran Crater? How do I go to Old Dalaran Crater? Can I not just walk over the bridge, or is this bridge broken? Wait, this bridge doesn't lead anywhere. No, it leads outside of the zone. Maybe I can fly outside of the zone. Wintergrass 2.0. Yeah, it gives me the feel. How can I teleport to Gilneas? You mean to Old Dalaran, you mean? Yeah, but how? The Dalaran that I can teleport to is Northrend. It's in the Broken Isles, Dalaran, and down where we did the war within pre-patch events. Oh, really? I think I need to do Hall of the Guardian, right? No, Dalaran, the Broken Isles. Oh, make it a portal. Yeah, probably. I mean, this mage is very fresh, guys. Like, I didn't really play mage a lot of the time. This is a baby mage. This mage has been created like a year or two ago. Okay, so I go... Rift to Telogris. So where do I have to go? How can I portal troll myself though? Oh, Dalaran Crater. Oh, dope. I never knew this was here. Okay, what portals am I missing as a mage? And how can I get the other portals? Oh shit. Alright. Okay. Alright, smart asses. Do you have dismount though? Is that Gilneas? Should be, right? Yeah. Everyone has that mount. I haven't seen... I think I've seen one person with this mount. Alright, let's see. Oh, dude, I haven't actually seen Gilneas from the air before. Wait. Dude, Gilneas is actually super tiny. What are you talking about? It's so cool, though. It's like half the size of Stormwind. Definitely looks a little bit better. Well, Stormwind is a castle. This is just a city. Dude, what a fucking cool place, too. Why can we not have more of this shit in WoW? Why do we have to have tents and holes in the ground and shit? Just give me proper fantasy cities, bro. I need to make a horde version of this. Like an actual horde war camp. With tents and spikes and housing for actual people. Look, I'll even fully RP, right? Stable master. Nice. Oh, it's a wall there. One person with a laundress mount. I've seen more of that mount than the Spellwing. Nah, they saw how Cabal was working, Stan, and they said, yeah, you can just play WoW. Oh, isn't that cute? She's walking with an umbrella in the rain. And she's just walking into the rain. Now, this is very, very peculiar. This is very suspicious. No lady would walk into the rain. In Victorian England or whatever. But hey, listen, for my Alliance students, I wouldn't mind having a house here. Do you think that they will actually unleash this? Maybe that's why it's also part of the Midnight release and not within this expansion. They'll probably revamp a bunch of cities for that, right? You know they would have to revamp a bunch of cities. They've already revamped Stormwind like 3 times, Orgrimmar like twice or something. You know they're gonna do Gilneas again. Maybe by then Amirdrasil is going to be complete, right? And the Night Elves can have a home. Wait, is Gilneas not Gilneas, Jesus. Amirdrasil complete. Dude, this is so cool. Look at this shit. They don't remake Dalaran, maybe there is the homes. Do you think they will remake Dalaran? Isn't that a meme now? Wouldn't there be like then 5 versions of Dalaran if they do? Side dose of Copio for Midnight. What if the expansion will be mostly based on revised Azeroth, Kalimdor, and Eastern Kingdoms? Maybe not all the areas, but some major capital cities and their surroundings. Well, after Cataclysm, I don't think they will do another world revamp unless they just up the res of the textures, right? Because now that we have Classic, if you really are nostalgic for the old looking zones, you can just play Classic. But they can like up the res scale of everything, but that feels like a Herculean work. Belameth. Fuck! I don't know what Belameth is. I don't think they should remake Dalaran. Just make a new magical city. Just make a new one. Make one better. Dalaran is kind of boring. It's kind of mid. This is my opinion. It's a mid city. Exodar. Terrible. What else can we check? Borealis is a good one. Dude, Horde has to have some good ones too, man. Oh, I was gonna check Amir Drasil. City where the dream was after the story. Yeah, that's where I want to go. Amir Drasil. I want to see if they've made any changes to it. They'll just put everything in Silvermoon. Yeah, but that's just boring, man. Like, I don't, as an orc, I don't want to be in Silvermoon. How can I get the bear? Do people still do the world boss? Can I solo the world boss? I don't know if I want the bear skin anymore that much. Thunder Bluff? Yeah, but Thunder Bluff has nothing. And what do you do in Thunder Bluff? You soloed it in Resto? Oh, dang. I don't want to be... Silvermoon feels cool, though. Silvermoon is a cool, very, very cool city. But, you know, I don't RP like RP players, right? I don't just walk in like, hello there, adventurer. Beautiful weather we are having today. Go kill me 10 boars. Like, I don't know. I don't know how people RP, by the way. But I like to kind of feel like I belong into the world, right? That's why I care about my transmogs. That's why I care about my mounts, the story, the zones, and all of that. So if I'm an orc, I'm not gonna live in Silvermoon, right? I want to live in Orgrimmar, right? Or in an orc type city. I don't know if they're gonna do like cities from other expansions. Do we get Shatrath City revamped? Shadow Force City? That would be so cool, dude. Oh, I think so many of my alts would turn into Dark Iron Dwarfs. 1,000 needles. Isn't that worse than Thunder Bluff? How is that better? Belameth Portal near Dornogal. What the fuck is Belameth? I don't know what that zone is. Also, we don't go to the Emerald Dream, right? We go to the open world here. Yes, Amir Drasil. I kind of like Darnassus more, to be honest. I know that in the... Oh shit, we have Night Elf houses already. For real? Did they just put houses in? Or were they before as well and I just never went here before? Okay, those were there. Oh, these are new. I haven't seen these. Ah, this is kind of cool. Okay, this is not too bad. I'm warming up to it. But we need more houses. Oh, this is the name of the city? I thought this was called the Mirdrasil. Belameth. Okay, Jesus. I'm a dumbass. I know what this place is. I just didn't realize it was called Belameth. Saber Handler. Is this the old ones? Yeah, this is the old ones. Should have all of them. Man, these prices used to be a big thing back in the day. Terrace of the Moon. Oh shit, Hamul Rune Totem is here? Get the fuck out. Okay. And this is where Tyrande is. And she got Malfurion back. Oh, there's a quest. Oh my god, there's a story here? Nah, I don't want to do your quest. By the way, this is Tyrande's daughter, right? Is she Malfurion's daughter as well, or did Tyrande dip in her relationship?
I am listening.
Yeah, I'm thinking Nagran too, but Nagran has to be revised.
Peace be with you.
Oh shit, we got stuff though! Oh shit! Dude, I'm so glad I came here. What the fuck? Adoptive daughter? Losing interest. I actually was having... No, the old Exodus. Darnassian cloak. Oh shit, this is not that bad. How about that? I never knew that existed there. It still feels a little bit bare bones though. I hope they put like more buildings in. Adopted daughter. Alright. I guess Malfurion tried, but all of that Sylvanas rage. I heard vengeance is not good for conceiving. Oh shit, bro, Beer Mantle is alive? I had no idea he still exists. Oh, not Beer Mantle, Bear Mantle rather. Lol, beer. Copying Romans with adoption shit. I have no idea what the story is behind it. How is that a copy of the Romans? 12 night owls left. Mal been sleeping 80% of the time. Yeah, he might be sterile. Like, you don't know. Man needs to go to the gym a little bit. Get some blood pumping in his loins. Mount Hyjal. Okay. Stormwind. Okay. Yeah, there's only like a few houses here. It's pretty cool that they did this though. They do need to put more shit in it. They need to hire some more, you know, junior designers to make a couple of more houses. But yeah, it feels like they actually, to be fair, I think the Night Owls just need to fuck more, man. They need more people. He falls asleep a lot. Ugh. Tailoring trainer. Dragon Owls tailoring. This is oddly nostalgic. So, the Alliance characters that I used to play in the day, most of all, were Night Elves. And I used to level a lot through the Night Elf zones back in my early WoW days. Cataclysm. Wait, what the fuck? Cataclysm cooking? Where did they find this guy? Yo, brother, I think you're lost, man. What the fuck? Cataclysm cooking. Wait, is Cataclysm aka classic cooking now? Is that what they call classic? Wait, I should have it because I should have everything in tailoring. Yeah, I think that's... No. Classic is still classic. Vanilla stress test? Jesus, Jack. That's old school. Should have made this a new starting area for Night. Dude, they just need to do more of this stuff, man. They need to do more world building. They need to make the world seem bigger. And the way that you make the world seem bigger is just you make more of it that matters. To this day, what is it? Exile's Reach is still one of the best leveling zones they've ever made in terms of aesthetics and stuff. Exile Reach still bis. Ugh, Alders. Okay, this is pretty cool. I dig this. It's pretty dope. Morning, Preston. Romans nobles did that when they had no kids. They adopted and raised some anonymous child as their own. Why would that be a Roman thing and not just be a modern thing? I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. I'm just trying to understand, like, why do we associate it with a Roman thing and not just regular adoption? Like, what did the Romans do differently? That's what I'm interested in. World is plenty big, kinda, and also not really, right? If you play classic, like, the world was so much bigger, right? We had these two huge ass continents for the old world that could just pretty much fill all of your leveling time, right? Chandra was the daughter of Tyranda's battle sister. Holy shit, you guys know stuff. In what book did they say that? I've stopped reading WoW books in BFA. They started to become a little bit not for me. Next times used to be about bloodline. That's true, but that's kind of then the whole culture around adoption kind of goes against that, no? If we go Horde, we don't have anything in Orgrimmar, right? That could be like player housing material. Do you mainly play Alliance now? I guess, but I don't see it that way anymore. Give me a minute. It's not about playing Alliance or Horde, it's about playing a WoW character. Factions have died in BFA for me. Factions stopped being a thing. Definitely, they've stopped being a thing when PvP kind of died out for me, and definitely stopped being a thing when you could queue and be in the same guild with everybody. At that point, factions didn't mean anything anymore. So who cares? I don't. I used to really like factions. I was a Horde main for a long time, even though I enjoyed both factions. Always a Horde player at heart. But there's no such thing as factions anymore. There's no playing Horde or Alliance. That doesn't mean anything. I'm a human mage or Orc warrior, Orc death knight, Orc warlock, Orc shaman. Maybe you see a pattern here. So scene for with Romans. Oh, okay, fair. I get you then. So as much as I'm a Horde fanboy, I don't know if Orgrimmar is ready for player housing. There's a lot of space in Orgrimmar. So they might, because everything is like a blacksmith or a tanner or a tailor or an auction house, right? Or a shop of some kind. Maybe some of these houses, actually these are filler houses, right? Like, right? No, wait, what is this? Meat vendors, right? So, plus some of these houses haven't kept up like this. It's clearly not from the same generation as this. One of these things is not like the other, right? This is like fully leather roofs. And this is metal roofs, I guess. Are those nails? Or bolts? There is some potential for housing here, but they would have to be revamped. Like outside of these zones, Orgrimmar is very old. Did not age that well. Stormwind is old too, but Stormwind at least, you know, has an architecture that makes sense. This architecture doesn't make sense. This is too flat. You need some depth to these textures. This looks like a curtain that's painted to look like it's like roof tiles or whatever, right? Need depth to it. Stormwind has more depth. There's a torrent section here. I think I smell some garbage for goblins. Troll section. They could definitely put more houses here. When you're reason to play faction now is if you're trying to advertise your crafting, you want to be in the more popular faction or server. Oh, for real? Fair. So they give us player housing just to kill off WoW with the last WoW select expansion for WoW 2. I don't understand. Just to how would player housing kill WoW? Well, that's what we're kind of talking about when it comes to housing. Like, how would housing be implemented? Obviously, the first thing that everybody thinks is, oh, can I get a house in Stormwind? Nobody thinks about Orgrimmar, by the way. As much as I'm a Horde player and you guys want to fanboy your Hordism over the Allianceism, nobody thinks of like, oh, I cannot wait to get a pig hut in Orgrimmar. Nobody wants that shit. Everybody's thinking, oh, can I get a house in Stormwind, right? So that's the initial concept. We don't know exactly how they're gonna do it. We can assume, right? Because obviously, if you are an Alliance player and you want to get a house, you definitely want it to be in Stormwind, right? Like, where else would you want it? You might want to fiddle around with the idea of having it in Goldshire or in Ironforge or things like that. but you would want it to be in Stormwind. And possibly have the choice of maybe if it's not in Stormwind, maybe it can be in Darnassus, or in this case, Belameth, right? A big hut would be... Yeah, if you eat your own butt, man, Jesus. Not player housing. I speculate that the world might end with a World Soul Saga so they can start anew. Oh, okay. Well, there's definitely the potential, but the story has to develop in a way. I kind of... people have been asking for a world reset for a long time. And the stakes of the story have never been higher, which can, you know, justify a world reset. The last expansion is literally the last Titan. Like, how much higher can you go after that? Fighting the Void Lords and that's it? Like, if you don't reset the world here, like, I don't know. So yeah, there could be a WoW reset. I don't think WoW is going to be a WoW 2.0, because when people think WoW 2.0, they think of a totally different game. Races look different, they behave different. Obviously, we still have to have the same world, maybe, who knows. But, you know, classes will probably be different. Like, that's what WoW 2.0 would be. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Although, to be fair, with how many classic servers they're making, I don't really see it too impossible for WoW to go on live support and for Last Titan to be the last WoW expansion, and it just, you know, the servers will held indefinitely for however long people will be playing it, with classic servers being classic servers, right? And then we just have like a totally different WoW game. I would be down for that as well, but I don't know. That's a very big hope. The fuck? Ice cream, yummy ice cream. What the fuck? I don't know what the song is. Hey Keeson, how's it go, man? Yeah, I would be totally down for that, but it would have to be a less colorful, less goofy version of WoW. If they make WoW even goofier than this, even more lighthearted, I don't know if I can play it. I already cannot take Hearthstone seriously. And I've stopped taking Hearthstone seriously a long time ago, because it just... I think, when was it? Whenever they stopped doing, like, canon stuff and they started to go the Dalaran heist or whatever the fuck, I started really losing interest in the Hearthstone world. And it feels like WoW slowly goes into that direction as well. Everybody's smiling, everybody's holding hands and singing Kumbaya around the campfire. That's not WoW. That's not the Warcraft I like to play. And maybe there's too few people like me, and WoW is never gonna be, you know, about war, about grind, about strife, about hardship, about challenges, like none of that shit. We're just gonna instantly be max level when we level up and right click a gear vendor and be in max tier gear. Andor Hall, Jesus dude, that's so old school. Realism? No, I'm not saying realism. I don't know how they would keep everything though. So, WoW 2.0 keeping everything assumes that WoW 1.0 will die. But that doesn't necessarily have to happen. We could have WoW, our WoW, right, be still kept as a live service game, like other MMOs, and since it's Blizzard, they might be more incentivized to keep it for way longer and way more polished than other MMOs. And seeing as how they're doing, like, you can also look at the classic phases as a way of kind of having indefinite WoW with no actual new expansions, right? They're doing classic again. They're classicing the classic stuff, right? So they're already gearing their way to reset WoW from an expansion point of view again and again, and they're adding seasons of discovery. They can definitely keep, let's just say, for the purpose of the argument, the Last Titan will be the last expansion, right? And then Classic will just probably reach the World Soul Saga. Let's see, Mists of Pandaria Classic will probably launch next year, like probably half a year before midnight, or a year before midnight, or something like that, right? Half a year after midnight, or yeah, half a year after midnight, we might have Classic Legion, right? Or Classic Legion before the Last Titan. And who wants BFA and onwards, right? And if they do a Classic, like after Last Titan, they can do Classic BFA. Well, they're probably not gonna do Shadowlands, right? If they ever stop at Classic, they'll probably stop it before Shadowlands. So Last Titan could be the last WoW expansion and Classic BFA could be the last Classic expansion, and then they would stop WoW production, period. They would constantly revamp and reset all servers to play Classic, and maybe they could do WoW 2.0. That could make sense. I'm not saying that they're gonna do it. I'm not saying that that's the best way to do it, but I'm saying that if they wanted to, that could be a setup that they could go for. Keep the same aesthetic? Well, it will have to be the similar aesthetic, right? Hearthstone is a different Warcraft game, has the same aesthetic. Heroes of the Storm is a different game with Warcraft characters, has the same aesthetic. So if they do WoW 2.0, which is as close to the same game as any game could be, they're obviously gonna keep the same aesthetic. But I meant in terms of the story, in terms of the character. Don't stop giving me Volpera races. Stop giving me characters crying and dry humping the legs of Nosdormu. Just give me some actual games, man. Destroy the world and start over. That's also a point, because how many more times can you do the Barons, right? How many versions of the Barons are you going to do? You'll be pleased to know, since our last chat, I've been farming plus 10s. Hey! My rating is better, and just being patient is the key. Thanks. I think I remember what we were talking about, Keys, and remind me, because I'm bad with names, man. What were we talking about, not being able to get into keys? They said they're already setting up the story for 17 point or 16 points, so it won't end on last Saturn. Did they say that? Maybe they said that, but you know they can always retcon it. They planned Sarfang and Cairn to have a story in Shadowlands, and that never happened either. So whatever they say is kind of pointless. What they end up doing is what really matters, right? They can change their mind about being a Red Pally 639. Oh yes, I remember now. Just not getting accepted. Yeah, I remember. Well, good for you, brother. That's what's up, man. Just keep at it. You're eventually gonna get there. Kill last boss and last Saturn and character gets deleted. That would be a twist. Lol. That would make so many people mad. But think about it this way, guys. Like, I don't know how many of you are Dragon Ball Z fans. I think that's probably one of the first mediums that ever escalated threats to a ridiculous level with each new chapter, right? Like, you had Dragon Ball Z with the Saiyans in the first chapter, then you had Frieza, then you had Cell, then you had Majin Buu, and each threat, when it was prevented, it was, oh my god, this is the world's worst threat that you can face. This is the biggest baddie in the whole wide world, and then you beat him, and then one chapter later, no, this for real this time, this is the real baddie, and then you kill that guy. And then again, the next chapter, no, this time, for real this time, this is the real bad, right? That's like the Dragon Ball Z scaling syndrome, and I feel like that's the same with WoW. Legion came out and gave us the legit, probably the biggest threat that we've ever faced, right? The Burning Legion. and then they had to constantly scale the threat, right? What would be better than the Legion? It would have to be N'Zoth and an old god, right? That would be the only thing. Then what do you do better or higher than an old god? But it would have to be death, and that was Shadowlands. And then Dragonfly didn't have that, and it was shit. Who the fuck cared about any primals? But it actually did. It had Xalatath and it had Iridicrons. Like, oh my god, what is actually happening? The story goes so much further than this. Because the Mad Dragon, Farak, was not actually, you know, the end boss of Dragonflight. Iridicron leaving halfway through Dragonflight with Xalatath's Heart of Darkness or whatever, Dark Heart or whatever. That was the skill, right? And now we're fighting in the last war. Now we're fighting with Xalatath, with Void powers. I want to say Void Lords, but it's not confirmed, right? And after this, after the last Titan, we're fighting the last Titan, the highest level of order in the universe. Possibly with its antagonistic powers, which is the Void Lords. Where do we go from there? Where do we go from last Titan? Because you were saying about 16.0 and 17.0. Where do you go from there? Do we fight like, oh my god, wait a minute. Did you know that actually the Void Lords and the Titans were created by this Ultra being? And that's the biggest threat to Azeroth? And then they're like, wait a minute. First ones, yeah. But do you know, but they were also created by this even bigger being? And then they keep going like that. Like that's the problem with always constantly scaling up the threats, always constantly scaling the player power. Like, where does it end? How far do we go until this starts becoming seriously ridiculous? Now they are fighting gods. Well, if you think about it, if you've been in the WoW game for a long time, the Titans were the quintessential gods, right? They were the gods. They've created Azeroth. Through their machinations and interfering with the old gods, the races and their machines have been cursed with the curse of flesh, turning them into what we are today, right? We're already on this cycle in WoW, so I don't think it will stop. Yeah, but it has to stop. Norral, it has to stop, man. It has to stop with Last Titan. That's it. That's the last one. It has to stop there. Can we go to a regular fantasy after that? Just give me fantasy, man. Just give me an evil wizard. Just give me a demon army. Just that's it. That's fine. That's good enough. We've did this experiment for 30 years. We've reached its conclusion, where, you know, it's gonna be more than 30 by that time. We've seen where it goes. It's fine. Can we not go there next? They'll just invent more things? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't. Last boss of WoW, SSJ Blue Hogger. Jesus Christ, dude. I swear to God, the Super Saiyan trope has gone from black hair to yellow hair to pink hair to blue hair to black hair again to white hair. I think people were talking about Thunder Bluff at one point. I don't know, man. They have to figure out last boss is Bobby. Bobby's off. Bobby's ship has sailed. Nah. We defeated Bobby. We defeated Bobby outside of the game. There has to be a better way to write a story, because in the end, right, you can say that there's two sides of WoW, right? There's the gameplay side. Oh my god, I love my protection warrior. When I press avatar, I grow real big, and when I press thunderclap, the screen shakes, right? That's cool. That's the gameplay part of WoW. But then there's the fantasy part of WoW, right? That's the story, that's the world, that's the artwork, that's the music, right? At one point, when you create a world, you have to be able to engage with the fantasy part as well. Like, what's fantasy about Zereth Mortis? What's fantasy about the first ones, the old ones, the young ones, the uncle ones? What the fuck are they gonna do next, man? There's much more thing. I bet there's so much. Dude, did you know that the Void Lords did not just exist on their own? They were probably created by somebody else. Did you know that the first ones were not the primal ones, the alpha ones, the primordial ones? Dude, and I know what you're saying, man. I'm not trying to shit on what you're saying, Cheshire Cat, but with that logic, you'll never be able to retroactively go back and recreate new stuff. Because you can do that in Infinity, until we go back to primordial atoms devised in the cosmic galaxy version of the world. And there's this old god like that, but that god was also never, but before that god was this other, Jesus, come on, man. Hey, Casey, thank you for the prime, buddy. Appreciate you, dude. We're defeating Bobby in the Undermine. True. What's the best race for war on hordes? For the best race for warrior. Didn't we just make that video? By the way, you can check our video. We have a video on the best race for you. If it's a DPS race, it's a Mechanome. If it's a tank race, I'm thinking. I want to say Orc. No, is it Vulpera? It's probably Vulpera, right? Nose for Trouble has to be the strongest tank racial, right? Oh, we're talking about Horde, Patrick. Man asked for Horde. Yeah, for tanks in general, it's definitely Dwarf. Tauren? Not Tauren, no shot. No, what your War Stomp goes on DR with Shockwave. You get crit damage and crit healing, but We're not talking about DPS output, right? High amount to 1% versus nice. I don't think it's stronger than the Volpera ratio though. Also charge, but you already have charge. And you want to use your charge that generates rage, that doesn't generate rage. The best is dragon. It might be true, but meh, no, I still think Volpera might be stronger. Wait, as a drag tier warrior, do you get tail swipe and wing buffet? Do you get both on a 3-minute cooldown? Shut up, Lego. Shut the I know where you live, motherfucker. The AoE stun charge is nice for CC. Yeah, but you already have an AoE stun with Shockwave. You don't need two because they enter diminishing returns. The value drops. You think it's good, but it's not good because if that's good, then the value of your Shockwave drops. I mean, you could probably get a Tauren or a High Mountain Tauren and not talent to Shockwave anymore. That might give you a free talent. That could be a Pog choice. Right? That saves you a talent point. You just get wing? Okay. The bonus armor doesn't matter. That's a trap. If it makes you feel good about yourself by knowing you have bonus armor, that's great. But the bonus armor doesn't count. As far as I know, and this hasn't been fixed, the bonus armor only applies to the base armor, right? I don't think they apply to armor multipliers or to items as well. I think, as far as I know, the bonus armor just doesn't scale all the way. I'm just flying around, yes. I'm collecting air time, air miles. I want to start my own flying company, and I have this own company called Broomair, straight out of Wargrimmar. And you can get cheap tickets as opposed to, you know, Volpera Air, and we shit on Volpera Air. We have more air miles, and we give you free crackers mid-flight, no matter how long the distance is, and all of our flights are direct flights. There's no customs. We don't care if you have intentions, because all of our bodyguards are orcs and taurens. They can handle anything you come with. Base armor means no armor from items, so no, shields don't count. And armor is one of the stats with the most amount of diminishing returns in the game. It's one of the most quintessential tank stat that's most overlooked and most boring. Armor is an example of how bad stats are in WoW. You just built your tier 3 garrison? Yeah, boy, let's get that player housing hype going, man. Shit on. Yeah, especially if it's on a broom, man. Listen, if I move my butt cheek a little bit to the left and pull my pant leg up, I can drop some deuces, man. I can be an aerial bomber. I'm the third bomber. Third bomber, man. Let's go. I don't know how to explain this because I don't know off the top of my head as well. I know I talked with some of the tank theory crafters just to confirm as well. Let me see if I can pull up the conversation. Yeah, it's base armor, but I don't know what that base armor is. Okay, so we know, at least for warrior, that the base the armor buff from Earthen don't work with the armor talents that warrior has, because you have where is it? Let me see if I can recall them. Like the bonus armor from Earthen does not synergize with the armor to the teeth to give you more strength, for instance. And if it doesn't synergize with this, there's probably other stuff that it doesn't synergize with. Did enhance just come out of the hyperbolic time chamber or something? Damn, they too good. Yeah, it's been like that for a while, man. But they've just been obscured by Frost Death Knights and Arcane Mages. And what else has been nerfed? Fury Warriors. Well, that's what we've been talking about, Keeson. I don't. Garrison was a good lesson for them to learn to not make the same mistake, because you don't want a repeat of Garrisons, right? So here, my take on it, because obviously we don't know anything. How much gear does my warrior have? Let's see if I can get some items.
Have a good one. See you later. See you around.
So the way I think this will work, let me see if I can find a group. Oh, they're doing it. Never mind. Let me do this real quick. Player housing has to have fantasy and RP value into it, but also utility value into it. If it's just pure RP and pure cosmetic, people will get bored of it, because WoW players, for better or worse, have been conditioned to want their gameplay to have a practical value. You're not doing, like, even, like, you can read chat right now. People come into chat and ask you, are you just flying around? Because the WoW player needs to make their time worth it in the game. Like, you cannot just play the game for fun. You have to get something out of it. Like, what do you get for doing that raid? What do you get for doing that quest, right? There's this part of the mentality, which for better or worse has been kind of conditioned by the design of the game for a long time, and that's fine. But that's what means that that's what will mean that the player housing has to have some practical value to it. Sure, you can adorn it and customize the way you want, but what do you get out of owning a house? Is it just cosmetic, or do I get to have like a cool portal that leads to a zone that I cannot find in a capital city? Cool, then I can use my player housing to, you know, be a cool place, but also to, you know, get to some places. Or maybe you can have your forge to smelt and craft some blacksmithing stuff there, right? Or maybe it can be just the player housing with nothing else, but the context of player housing will revamp the entire cities, where by having a player house, you can actually, this just came to me by the way, you can actually engage with the capital cities way more. So you are actually closer to all of the player hubs that are of interest, like profession points and auction house points and all of that, by the sheer fact that you have a player housing. Maybe your player housing can be your unique Hearthstone to get to your capital city without having to use any other portal, any other Hearthstone of any other kind, and it can be a transition point, right? Maybe you can travel between capital cities from your player housing. Maybe the player housing will include some form of transportation, like my Stormwind player housing connects to the Deep Run tram, and if I... Ooh! Oh, it's dog shit. And if I get my player housing in Stormwind, I can also get to Ironforge really quick, right? They could do that. It depends. It has to be some kind of utility tied to it. It cannot just be a house. It cannot be just a transmog, right? Because then not everybody's gonna like it. Not everybody's gonna like it anyway. But people will get bored. And with player housing, I don't think that's a system that you want people to get bored of. Yeah, and then there's the other side of the coin. You don't want them to be garrisons, because if it's too convenient, then you end up keeping people in their house. And we're already in the house when we play WoW, man. Let's not live inside of houses, right? We already barely get out as WoW gamers. Hey, Matt. I don't know what message you sent. Was it on WhatsApp? I didn't check yet. 90 euros. It depends on what kind of houses we get. We could get city houses or rural houses. I hope that they do both. You can have a house in Stormwind, right? I'm using Stormwind as an example because it's the easiest to understand. But then you can have a farm in Elwyn Forest. For your Stormwind house, you can have, you know, a portal. You can have some cooking utility there. Maybe some ways to get access to the market part of side of WoW. But then you can have your own house in the woods, where you can put mounts in your patch. You can have like a little pasture in the back house where you can select a couple of your favorite mounts to make them graze there, or do whatever mount should they do, right? Or you can include pet battles into that, or something like that. There's plenty of opportunities to make this into a really cool thing. But I feel like that will have to be accompanied by a lot of revamps to a lot of things, either to capital cities, to zones in general, to putting more buildings in places and stuff like that. Salut for. House within a house, house up. Yeah, true. A house with bank included, that's gonna be in possession. Yeah, no, not a bank. No, banks are banks. I think banks, auction houses, stores should be something outside of your own home, but the house has to have some kind of value to it, some kind of practical value to it. Dude, I'm glad that I'm looting items from world bosses that have a low chance of dropping items, but can I just stop? I have a bunch of blue items. Can I lose something in my blue slots, please? Now it's time to go back to Orgrimmar. The garrisons, well, think about it this way, Keeson. Garrisons were not what they were supposed to be. Garrisons were supposed to be, like, if you've played Warcraft 2 or Warcraft 3, garrisons were supposed to be your base that you would start your military missions from. You would make units, send them in missions, and, you know, quests and stuff like that. Which, that turned into a table of missions instead of being the whole thing of the garrison. No keys for now, Vantino. Everyone is PTSD assuming it'll be Garrison 2.0, so am I. No, you know they're not gonna do that. They know already that Garrisons were a flop. Garrisons were way too convenient. And you cannot really have them as Garrisons, because how many things can you put inside of a house, right? Before it becomes a city, right? Or a small town. Doesn't have to be a city. Summer Mansion in Pandaria. Ooh. Star Wars Old Republic. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that their housing system will be influenced and inspired by other housing systems in other MMOs. For sure. I just hope it won't be Garrisons 2.0. Yeah, I hope so. I don't think it will be Garrison. Dude, if you want, I can regurgitate the same topic if you want to troll Luther. I can just say the exact same things again. I don't mind. I do this for a living. They're gonna yoink the Guild Wars 2 housing model. Just you wait. How is the Guild Wars 2 housing? How does that work? I think I've seen Stan talk about the Star Wars of the Old Republic one, and I think you even streamed it at one point. I remember this, Stan. I think you streamed it at one point. How you were in your own house and you were doing shit in your own house. I vaguely remember because I've not engaged at all with the Old Republic, but I remember that somehow. Final Fantasy 14 would be amazing. Well, see, you say that, but chat has been foaming at the mouth at Final Fantasy 14 having a real estate market where you have to pay real money to be able to get a house. What mouse are you using? I am using a Logitech G600. They don't make them anymore. It's one of the best. No, it's the best mouse I've used for PC. Marcel and Mokti are using the SteelSeries one, which I've tried it a little bit, but since I didn't play a lot with it, I cannot really comment too much on it. Yo, I'm just gonna go everybody see one. Look at the nerds gather. This is why I like being a tank. Yeah, nerds. Yeah, come and fight the big dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Big dragon. God, I miss the warrior, bro. Oh, why did I have to do my main so bad, dude? About a SteelSeries RX 9. Yeah, I think that's the exact one that the guys are using as well. they're very, very happy with it. So, yeah. And SteelSeries, like, so far, call it what you want, call it a shill or what you want, but SteelSeries hasn't disappointed me once so far. It's expensive, it's premium stuff, but it's also really good stuff. And as my my dad would say, you get what you pay for, right? The mouse was like $6 off his mouse. Yeah, but it's not though. It's a simple, dude. It's a simple mouse. I'm not. You know, I don't want my mouse to look like a spaceship from Star Trek. I'm good. Just be the mouse. Comfortable shape. I don't have to figure out how to tweak my fingers to sit on the mouse. I don't want like tiny little holes for my gunk to go in, because I'm a fucking filthy piece of shit. I don't want that. So the big ass dragon, TB, that's what World of Warcraft is all about, man. Wait, how do I get to the other ones? How do you get to the other ones as Horde? I think I have to take a zip. No, I can. Wait a minute. I think I can go to Undercity. I could just go to Undercity and fly from there. Kind of don't want the broom anymore. I have a cool flying mount that I can use. Dude, holy shit. I just want an OG Wind Rider. I'm on a big Warcraft kick right now. Let's get a high-res Wind Rider. Yeah, it's an MMO mouse. No, it's really good. I am super sad that they don't make them anymore. It's so good. I have wide hands. I don't have long hands. It's kind of like my dick. So this mouse is also kind of wide, right? They don't even pay us to advertise this shit. It's a really good mouse. Their software is so chill. Very few options, but I don't fucking need any more options. I'm good. Because I had a Corsair Scimitar after this. And, oof. Nah, not again. Never again. Their software is dog shit. Their hardware is pretty good, but... Alright. Do I just fly out? Wait, do I take the elevator? Isn't it quicker to just go through one of these holes? Wait, do I remember how to get out of here? How do you get out of here? Weren't there like holes you would fly out of? I kind of don't want to get off my mount, if I'm gonna be honest. Oh, this is the hole. I found the hole. Always wanted to go here. Woo! I'm out, baby! Freedom! Wait, I thought I was gonna change my mount. God damn it. Alright, so I need... Oh my god! Wait. No, there has to be one in Hinterlands. But it's just not spawned yet, I think. I was gonna say limited housing is the only downside. That's exactly what everybody has been telling me about Final Fantasy housing, because I don't know anything else. But I had an interesting home plot concept. Talia. Is that a game? I've heard of it. Alright, well, listen. I hope WoW gets inspired by the best designs of housing and they implement it. Dead skin stuck inside of my mouse. Yeah, but it doesn't even have to be like something disgusting. It can just be dust. Because obviously when you're sweating, your hand has oil and sweat, and if you think it doesn't, then you're not from Earth. And that just accumulates gunk. accumulates dirt that is just in your apartment. It doesn't even have to be something like food or anything like that. Which that makes my favorite MMOs, but their software is dog. Also, the wheel always breaks. Well, you know, yeah, the software is definitely their biggest weakness. And so far, for the last two Corsair mice, I think both of my click button, my left click button broke. So isn't there supposed to be a dragon here though? How come there's no dragon here? Is it on a respawn timer? They're on rotation. Oh, and I got Emerus. I haven't killed Emerus. Okay. Wait, does the portal not work? I feel like a moron. Okay. Alright, well listen, we're going to Duskwood, guys. Today we're flying, we're RPing. Corsair, fix your shit. Yeah, I used to love scimitars at the beginning, but you know, the more I play with them. Yeah. For however much the ooh, Blunderstorm vibes. For however much pricey Steel Series is, I fucking I'm super satisfied with it. What does the repeat kill of these world boss give? I'm just getting tokens for the events. Where is it? Dude, where the... I don't know where the fuck that is. Special? No. Upgrade system? No. Seasonal? The originals. I'm getting tokens, right? That's what I'm getting for them. Once you get 100 tokens, then you get an achievement, and after that achievement, pretty much every little thing that you do gives you a token. You BRD raid bosses drop like 3 each or something like that, and you can get those from LFR. You don't even have to do the hard levels. You bought a Corsair mouse? Well, listen, man. Maybe you're lucky. Maybe yours is the one, man. Dude. Well, listen. You keep me updated, price. Maybe they've changed their things. Maybe they've changed their models. In the manufacturing process. Maybe it's better now. What's the name of the shield? It looks nice. It does, doesn't it? I farmed the shit out of this. This is the Recruiter Heater Shield, I think. I don't know if you can obtain it anymore. This was in the pre-patch event for War Within. When you would do these echo events here, you could buy this or this could drop, right? I think this dropped. I farmed this for like hours. I think... Was this before... Did I do this? I did this before Gamescom, yeah. I remember. Because we were flying the next day to Gamescom. And I stood up all night to farm this because I wouldn't have had another chance to get it. Because I would have been at Gamescom throughout the rest of the pre-patch event. Yeah, I love it too, man. There are very few transmog items that I ever farm. These are the kind of ones that I like to farm. And I love using a mod for it. The Alliance has one as well, but this one is cooler than the Alliance one. Hey, look, I'm in Duskwood. Best MMO mouse I had was an old Steel Series model they no longer make for some dumb reason. It had its side button so much better setup than the 1, 2, 3 set of style that they all have. Yeah, it's kind of like the same question that I have is like, why don't they make this one too? This is such a good mouse, man. I feel like Logitech is still king when it comes to mice. The fuck is going on over here, man? Am I gonna die here? Okay, I just tagged it. I'm just gonna... What the fuck is this chaos, bro? Oh my god, I have aggro? I got Nightmare Blade. Ah, yes! An actual upgrade. Fucking thank you. Is it a transmog? Yes, it's also transmog. Oh, this is a cool one. I did not have this. Oh, that's so dope. Oh, I'm so glad I did this. Holy shit. LFR answer, it gives you 15. Yep, yep. It gives you 15 every week, I think. I have my scimitar for almost 80 years. On the wheel has some issues. That's what somebody else in chat said. Exactly the same problem. Oh yeah, no, that's true. I had the wheel issue. I had where it wouldn't scroll like the mechanical part of the wheel wasn't the problem. It was probably the software input that it got. It just wouldn't scroll right? It would either scroll way too much or like zigzag between scroll up and down, right? Isn't that what yours? That's what mine had. I think I had that issue with 2 of them. Yeah, that's the issue that I had. I got tired after a while. I couldn't use the scroll wheel for like a year until I replaced my mouse. The wheel issue is universal, yeah. But when an issue is universal, that's a problem, right? That has to be a problem that you address at one point. Oh shit, we got him. I'm going in, but will I need heals? Because I'm not in a raid party. I'm probably gonna pull aggro, right? Oh, there's another warrior here. Oh, this warrior is better geared. Surely I won't pull aggro for this way better geared warrior, right? Oh, this guy's dying. I'm gonna help him out. Oh shit, my shield doesn't go great with my avatar. It's fucking dope actually. Got him. This is everything, right? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this old school. I'm gonna take the boat from Booty Bay. I haven't done this shit in so long. Dude, I might just play on one of those Reset Classic servers. I had scroll issues with my C-Series mouse, and after getting a warranty, no problem, and had a new one in my hands within a couple of... Wow. That's impressive. Let's play on those with viewers. That would be cool if people are interested in seeing that. I would be super casual about it though. And I kind of, at one point, maybe want to try Seasons of Discovery, I think. Oh, the boat is there. I haven't taken this boat in probably like 15 years, dude. I'm thinking of rocking a tank. Any advice on ease of use tanks? I like fantasy of warrior, but I feel there's so many things. Warrior is easy, but it does have a lot of things that you need to do to make it work. Oh my god, we have a video on it, Kiefer. I mean, I can tell you, I would recommend Bear if that's the case for you. But you can also watch our tank video. Where is it? I forgot what the name of it was. Top 3 tanks. Best tanks for beginners. It's just a week old. Let me get it. Let me get it for you, man. Listen, we make YouTube content. You can check it out. YouTube.com/Marcelian&Flame. With a Superman cosplay? Oh shit, for real, dude? Listen, man, that's just I'm naturally handsome, okay? I'm naturally Superman. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? I wonder what the undermined zone is gonna look like apart from the city we saw in the trailer. That's probably it. Like, I don't think we're gonna have anything else, really. I'm thinking Motherlode. I'm thinking a combination of that with Mechagon, probably. With, what is it? Kuzan or whatever? The Goblin starting zone, something like that. Obviously oppressed, obviously with more doodads. Okay, I don't know who changed the Nightbot command for the drops, but you are a gem. Thank you so much. I totally forgot to change that. Thank you, mods. You fucking rock. Nice. Thank you, Arja. I wonder what the undermine zone. I just read that. Jesus Christ. I think I need more coffee. Motherlode is going to be a M+ dungeon. It was confirmed. I mean, it would have been stupid for it not to be. It was also a super fun dungeon. I remember Motherlode being one of those dungeons where you pulled everything up to the first boss. They're not gonna want us to do that for sure. They're definitely gonna make it impossible for us to pull that big. But it was one of those dungeons where you would just pull everything. And I love big pulls in dungeons. Really, really love big pulls in dungeons. So I'm hoping that we can probably maintain some of that, but it's unlikely with the way that they're doing things, to be fair.
Have a good one.
Wait, what soldiers in time? Oh, I never did this! Yo, does anybody want to do the Korax Revenge thing? I always forget to do it. I've never done it this time around. Draka was a tenacious warrior in life, but what combat role was she assigned after Afterlife? Was a role. You want in? Cool. I don't want to talk to everybody.
What you looking for?
Where's the time warp vendor dude, chick thing? Some more badges.
Be good.
I have all
Is this the
time
guy?
in the Isles.
Time walking
Take all
dungeons.
the time you need.
Wait, did I not buy this? This is the time walking. Okay.
You
Let me
have a
start
bright
buying some shit.
future.
Miscellaneous. Can I get max? Confirm. That's it? That's it. Legacy. Dragonfly. Shadowlands. Wait, where would I find the Timor badges? Oh, there you go. Transfer max confirm. Transfer max confirm. It's like gather all the nerds confirm. Okay, I had quite a few badges. That's it. Let's buy some mounts. Let's clear up these vendors. Let's start to clear house.
This
Get
is
the,
when you leave.
oh, this is a thing. Oh, I got another weapon. An even better upgrade. Yay! Equip that. Get this bad boy. Yes, I'm not even gonna mog it. I love it already. I kind of like this one better though. No, big cavern like spaces like ringing deep. The horror deer gotta fit in somewhere too. So you really think we're gonna get a horror deer, huh? I really was hoping for more story on those. But you know, if there's anybody that can infringe on their, you know, view of way of life, it would probably be the goblins, right? Get more badges faster. No, but I'm doing it as like a one-time thing. Don't you get like a one-time thing? Don't you get like PvP shit from it? Maybe, like marks of honor. You get 5 marks of honor. Giga Chad, Earthen verbally abusing the goblins too. Sure. No, paladins and directors. Today my disappointment is immeasurable. Stop it, John! John! Stop it. Did I get the reward? You are now eligible to get the anniversary event.
Settle up and
Uh,
to the test in Mount Mania.
wait a second, Arch. How do I activate the event though? How do you activate the? Do I need to restart the game, or does it take a while to get the rewards? Takes a bit.
Greetings.
And I think I need 5 more to get these. I should probably do these with my mage, considering that I'm an enchanter, but
Go in peace.
I think I'm fine.
Get ready for the next mount.
This won't give me any tokens. Wasn't there also like a PvP vendor though?
Hey there.
This guy. Because I know I want a bunch of... Nope, no, not this guy.
Blood and thunder.
I know I want some stuff here. Warrior, all specs. I want the unstoppable force. I'm getting this right now. Oh, dude. What an iconic weapon, dude. I'm getting the shields. You don't mog rings. Wait, do I need rings? I don't. I still had some blues on wrists. No, these are way too low level. Do I care about the cloak? Yeah. Maybe only for completionist sake. This is a cool belt. These are okay-ish wristbands. You must complete the quest. Let's get that pole arm. Ice Bard Spear. That's pretty cool.
Get ready for the next mount.
Nice warm morning. 2 Celsius. Ooh. Spicy, dude. It's a spicy 2 Celsius. You survived. Being alive is important, by the way. All right, let's see about this Korak revenge thing. If it takes too long, then fuck it. But let's give it a quick go. Player versus player. Forex Revenge. I'll sign up as a tank. I don't even know what tanks do in PvP anymore. When landing with heroic leap, all targets are stunned. Dope. Charge roots enemies. Wait, wasn't there a dragon charge ability? It is. Do I want dragon charge? I don't really have a keybind for it. Spell reflection reflects the next 2 incoming spells cast on you, and reflect spell deal 50% extra damage to the attack. Ooh. I assume I'm gonna be pelted by shit. As 2 charges and reduces the allies' damage taken by 20%. Oh shit. Your shouts have additional things. Additional bonuses. I'll take that. Battlefield Commander. -7. Ooh, where do you live, man?
Get
Holy
ready
shit.
for the next mount.
That sounds rough as fuck.
Our flight has much to offer.
It's too cold, man. It's too cold. I'm gonna get this shit. Dude, this kind of looks funky. Also, what's the difference between these two? This is the same item. Okay. Oh shit, that was a cool one too to get. Next time. I did get the shield, right? I got that shield, yeah.
My wares.
More mogs. I think I need to do the dungeons for it as well, right? To get more the 500 10 more badges per week or something. Dude, the queues are really long. 9 minutes? I don't think people are doing Korax Revenge anymore. I think they're done with it. Done with the revenge. The thing is, I need to get rid of a lot of these items. There's a quest I never picked up.
Work cycle interrupted.
I don't know if that's important. Oh, this one. What is this? Oh, 10 world quests. I will do 10 world quests for 10 badges. That will let me get another set. Comp Stomp is up too. Usually that makes BGQs longer. Really? What do people do in Comp Stomps? I haven't played it since BFA. Honor and ooh, that's quite a bit. Also, I have a question for anybody that does this kind of stuff. You know that your artifact weapon from Legion has a unique appearance that you can unlock by winning 10 rated battlegrounds? I think it's winning. I don't think it's playing. If I play Comp Stomps and Korax and things like funky BGs, do they count? Or do I have to do legit rated BGs? It has to be just rated? Dude, for real?
Kobolds are vandalizing and pillaging
Well,
Morning Rise again.
that's not gonna happen.
Please stop them.
Can you even realistically do rated BGs anymore? Don't you need like a legit guild, like super sweaty nerds to do rated BGs? The quest page is dialogue UI, brother. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I finish the thing? Just go and find her and join a YOLO? People do that? Hey man, it was a legit question. Comp stomps and things like that weren't a thing back then. Did I get the world quest? I have no idea. No, it didn't count. Oh my god, I killed like 15 kobolds, but they were just outside of the area, and then none of them counted. Well, that's bullshit. I want more kobolds.
I'm out of range.
Give me the kobolds. Yes. Get cute against Rusky Premates. Bye win. sounds like the PvP I know.
Far away.
Back in the day when I used to do arenas with Marcelian, there was a stereotype with, I mean, we called them Russian players, but I don't know if they were Russian players or just, you know, Ukrainian players or whatever. But back in the day, they were either really good at PvP or really bad at PvP. It never felt like there was a middle ground. It always felt like it was either one or the other. I don't know if that's still a thing. My favorite expansion.
Maybe this will be the last
Oof, I think it has to be Legion, right? Overall, it has to be Legion. They did that one the best. Wait, am I done here? I'm done here. I think Legion just had the most amount of flavor, the most amount of fantasy out of everything.
The charged silt from these
2 times for
clashing
correct revenge are way
elementals
too long.
packed with healing properties. Let's stock up while they're occupied.
What was your guys' favorite expansion? And why do you think Legion is not the one? Because I know there's some people coping. I can justify my my choice. Wait, do I need to do something with these guys? I feel like I need to do something with these guys. Deluge. Wrath. Kind of hard to beat Wrath. Wasn't playing WoW during Legion. Oof. If Legion ever gets to be a remix event, you should definitely play it. BFA for me after they fixed the initial Azrael armor system. It did end up being a good expansion in the end for sure. It took a long time for that to be fixed though. Wrath or Legion? Okay, well, which one? Choose one! There's no multiple options. I think since I skipped a big part of Wrath, I might have felt differently. Because I liked how Demon Hunters were introduced into the expansion as a new hero class. And they were very iconic to Warcraft in general. Not more iconic than Death Knights, of course. And I really liked the starting area of the Death Knights, so I know that I would have had very similar, if not stronger, feelings towards Death Knights. Similar to how I had about Demon Hunters. But I feel like the class fantasy, the class campaigns, the class stories were just way superior in Legion for sure. Shadowlands, wow, dude. People have wild takes, dude. Why Shadowlands? Can you say why? I didn't think I would have a world glitch here at the... There you go. Oh, it's not a world quest. It's just the troop thing.
Would you like a program?
which, funnily enough, just starts in like a minute. I also get my coins. I might actually do this as well. It starts in 2 minutes. If I have to choose then Legion because of the H's. That's some of the great times. See, what I want to know, what I'm curious as, and for people like Patrick, the ones that have played both Legion and Wrath, why did you like Wrath more than Legion? What made it better than Legion? I can see the appeal of Wrath, but and I guess as a singular character in WoW, Arthas carried more weight than any other character, any other villain. The story, the rating? You think the story and the rating was better? Maybe. That's very hard to debate because that's a very individual thing. Shadowlands did have the best zones of any expansion. Wow, that feels like a wild take. Well, I get it, Wisp. I get it with the rating with the guild. Castle Nathria was good. No, I'll give you Castle Nathria. Revendreth was a good concept. Shadowlands was cool to level in, but I like the zones. I think Shadowlands was criticized for having the worst zones in the game by the majority of the player, especially with Korthia and Zereth Mortis. So that's like wild to say that. I'm not saying that you're wrong or that, you know, you should change your mind, but that's really wild. Yeah, I'll say fuck for X Revenge is not happening. Fuck that. But it's probably the worst zone in the game, I'll agree. Yeah, but the thing is, so here's the thing, Matthias, because I can definitely see why people would have loved Shadowlands. The zones were very, very bright. The zones were very unique and very afterlifey, right? But they were not Warcrafty. That was probably my biggest issue, and maybe a lot of people's issue as well. They felt like they disconnected them from what the game was. The raids were better than what we have now. In what way? I feel like the raids right now, I keep using Asmongold's characterization, but I think it's really on point. I think they're just over designed now. It's just way too much. So you learn Holy Pally. Always a good time.
Are you here to see one of our plays? Get that stage cleared for the next act.
Do I have to like... Oh, like this.
It isn't a show without the cast and the crew. Help them out.
What do I need to do to help? Train with whatever. With this dude. Shadowlands best release patch. Oof. Went into Korthia patch after 6 months of season 1. It was that at this point. There were a lot of issues with Shadowlands that made it not even arguably, but almost universally accepted as the worst expansion in the world. That doesn't mean that it didn't have fun parts, and we definitely enjoyed certain parts of it as well. But I'm like legit curious as to why people liked Shadowlands as an expansion. Because it feels wild to say that that was the best expansion. It feels like people who like Shadowlands are, and I'm not judging you, I'm not trying to, you know, stereotype you, but it feels like you haven't played much of WoW if Shadowlands was your favorite expansion. Because I skipped Wrath and skipped Cataclysm and came back to my first retail experience was in Warlords of Draenor. I played a lot of private servers before that, and I really love Warlords of Draenor as an expansion. But back then, before BFA, Warlords of Draenor was the worst WoW expansion. And if I look at it now, if I would play Warlords of Draenor now, try to be as objective as possible, I would probably consider it a very, very bad expansion. With a lot of problems. Not everything that it did was problematic, and that's the same with Shadowlands. Not everything Shadowlands did was problematic, but clearly inferior. It was last time you really could raid without DPM, etc. on the hardest difficulty. Oh, I would so give anything for that, man. Close anything. I would not give my chocolate croissant though. That's mine. Chocolate croissant is the best. Shadowlands could have been so good if the tedious grind was reduced. Also, Orebos being an airport, you had to fly everywhere manually. So here's the thing, wild take. I kind of liked how in the fantasy side how Orebos was, and how it connected to the essentially infinite afterlives, which were not infinite, they were just like 4 that we went to, and the Maw. I like the concept of the Maw, Revendreth, and Bastion. I like how they approached Afterlife with those zones. I did not like how they executed it. I think Revendreth was executed fine. I think Bastion was executed poorly. I feel like they didn't want to take a hard stance on either the what is it, Forsworn, or the actual Kyrians. And I think they wishy-washy went with both. Like, either wiping the memories and personality is a bad thing, or either it's a good thing. Right? So I was behind the, oh, it's a good thing that you wipe the personalities because you want to be objective. That sounds right, right? But that doesn't resonate with the modern audiences. Why you lose your personality? But I feel like the problem is that we try to insert way too much modern concepts into an old fantasy game that's supposed to happen at a point in time when social development was very infantile. So that disconnects me from the game. It felt like that should have made sense. But okay, let's say the wiping of the memory is predatory in Bastion culture, in Kyrian culture, and regaining your memory and becoming a Forsworn actually made you see clearer, made you see the whole picture, and made you a better, whatever, farrier of the dead into the afterlife or whatever they were, right? But they didn't play that either. They just wanted an excuse to put Uther there and to have some controversial story about Uther. And to make sense for, like, the, I guess, whatever the Kyrian leader was to die at Anduin's side, and for it just felt all very convenient. So that's when they lost me with the story. But overall, in terms of a Warcraft fan, Shadowlands was just not Warcraft. The zones were fine. The story was mostly fine. With the exception of Sylvanas and the Jailer. But the problem is that it was in the setting of WoW, and that's what broke it. Yeah, I know what you mean, Val. It was not very efficient, but not everything has to be, and I'm fine with that. I think inefficiency and friction are good, like the Blizz devs want to keep saying, but they have to be done right. You cannot just add friction for the sake of friction. I think being forced on a flying sperm, where it actually takes you to see the infinite worlds, if the afterlife gives you the sense that there's more to the world than what meets the eye, and that's not something you can experience if it's just like instant travel or anything like that. And I think that's fine, right? That's an inconvenience I can live with. Friction in the sense of like Mythic Plus only rewards 2 items of different tracks, and the tracks don't overlap, the tracks overlap with each other, but you cannot go from one track to the other, you have to reload the item. That's annoying friction as far as I'm concerned. For me, Shadowlands was the first ever expansion I've played on retail, that's why especially. Yeah, that's what I mean. So that was the same with WoD for me. WoD will always hold a special place in my heart because first it was the first expansion that I played on retail, and it's about orcs, and orcs are my favorite race in WoW, or at least they used to be. I don't know if they're number 2 now, but it's hard. They've done orcs wrong. They've made orcs soft with the orc heritage. I think like they made orcs clowns. Dress and eternal fighting even in the afterlife is cool. Yeah, like the zones themselves are cool concept of the afterlife. The problem was that they didn't take enough time to properly implement them, and at some points they kind of contradicted each other. Like, there's no sense in Revendreth existing in the same world as Bastion, right? Bastion takes the souls and completely cleanses them and resets their memory, but Revendreth has to make them pay for their memories. But then Maw is also that, but for Maw you cannot escape, but from the Revendreth you escape. But then in Ardenweald you get to reincarnate. It feels like they shouldn't belong in the same world. It feels like one of those worlds does everything that they need to do, right? The concept of reincarnation that the Revendreth embodies is more Eastern in terms of its fantasy and where it's inspired from. And to my very limited knowledge of reincarnation, I assume that, you know, depending on the current life that you have and the karma that you've accumulated, that dictates your next life, right? So if you are a piece of shit, you reincarnate as a bug, right? So that is your punishment. You don't need to go through Revendreth for a punishment. You don't need to have your memory wiped by Kyrian. You don't have to be eternally punished in the Maw. You get punished from the sheer act of being reincarnated into a bug, right? So some of these afterlife concepts just feel like they're contradicting them each other, right? That's when there was a little bit of a disconnect. Like, individually they were good, but they weren't fitting like a jigsaw puzzle properly. So it felt like, you know, the story wasn't fully written, and they tried to play 5D chess with the jailer, and it just didn't make sense. They tried really hard to make the jailer a character. It's like, listen, this is the guy. But no, we had other 3 guys. No. But behind those 3 guys, it was this guy all along, right? That lost me. The forced retconning, the jailer was behind the Lich King all along. The jailer was behind the Burning Legion all along. The jailer was behind the Dreadlords. Fuck off, dude. That's an insult to the gamer. That's an insult to the person that likes story, and an insult to somebody that's being invested into the world that you create. Listen, everything that you knew that you came to like or dislike, none of that matters anymore, because this one guy retcons all of that. That was one of my biggest problems with Shadowlands. That's when I stopped caring about the story. Chocolate croissants are the best. They're so good, though. Wait, this is not a world quest. This was a regular quest. I don't want to speak to Moira. I think I need to go into I think I need to go to a different zone to finish my world quest. I've only done 2. I don't want to do another, or maybe I should do a Dragon Race. They didn't commit to an idea. The plot just did whatever the writers wanted, whatever. Yeah, that it felt. Exactly. It felt very wishy-washy. Felt all over the place. Yeah, I left, but I told you, Arja. Just you gotta pay attention. Pay attention, Arja. God damn.
Moss wolves play a vital role in the upkeep of Dornagal.
Let's get out of that.
Water them and help
Wait a minute, I have a vault?
pests that burden
Yo, guys, I have a vault. What the fuck? I have a vault that I've never opened. Hey, we got 200 viewers! Yay! We tried to do the flight several times a day, it gets old. Yeah, I know it gets old, and that's the argument for flying, which is very hard for me to refute.
The coreway must be protected.
Because you are correct. You are correct. I don't know how to reconcile with that fact. I think at that fact somebody has to bite the bullet, and I feel like that's just gonna be me. It's the same with flying, right? I think that flying takes you out of the world. What up, Jacob? I think flying... Ooh. This is the 3rd weapon I'm getting, and the 3rd weapon with no haste. This is ridiculous. So I think like some of the best times that I've played WoW and enjoyed the world that was created was when I was on foot, right? You get to experience the size of the world better when you're, you know, on a ground mount than when you're flying. When you fly, everything becomes trivial. The world becomes smaller, the world becomes trivial. But look how much you get to see of the world when you're just on a ground mount. This is, look how pretty this goddamn capital city is. You never really see this. You never really see this if you're like flying all over the place, right? You just always fly over it. When you go out into the world, right? The world is slightly more dangerous when you're on foot, because it just, the risk of you pulling more packs and getting away from them is and not getting away from them is way higher, right? And when you fly over stuff, like, nothing really matters anymore. Now, this is my point, but there's also the counter argument that it's so convenient that after 10 hours of doing this shit, like let's say I go here to fight the bees. Maybe I don't know if there's a bee mount here, but I feel like there always kind of is a bee mount that you can farm in a bee zone, right? But let's say I do this today and I do this 2 days from now, and then next week, and then a few times next month. I am over this shit. Like I just wanna have to like not have to go through this zone anymore, right? At this point it's like, fuck, I need to fight all these. Can I just pass? Let me just pass. Let me just motherfucking pass. God damn it, don't dice me. Right? Like after a while this gets really old, and I see the need of flying. I see the need of accessibility and quality of life that flying provides, right? So then we go back to what the devs recognized this as well and said, well, listen, we just won't give you flying right away, right? Isn't that better? But then just people lose their collective shit when they do that. People don't like it when flying is not immediately available. I'm not a huge fan of skywriting from the start. And that's where this is my opinion about skywriting. I think they did flying the best in... There's two versions of flying that were really good. First of all, it was the original TBC, because that just was the first time. It was, oh my god, I've been on the ground for like 2 years. I can finally fly over. And the zones were massive, right? And the world wasn't as detailed as it is today. You wouldn't really get lost into it. So that was one time that flying was really good, and the second time was in Dragonfly when skywriting or dragon riding was introduced, because you couldn't fly at all, if I recall, right? You couldn't fly, but you could dragon ride, and you started small. You started with like 1 or 2 or 3 vigor pips. I don't remember how many you had. You didn't have any ways to regenerate vigor unless you just had the momentum or stood on the ground or off the mount. So you'd fly like from zone to zone, and the more you quested, the more you got better. You trained your dragon more, your dragon became able to fly more and more until eventually you were able to be in flight indefinitely. When Dragonfly released, it was close to impossible to be in the air an infinite amount of time, right? Unless you were doing some tricks, unless you kind of really know what you were doing, you couldn't at the beginning, right? Most people couldn't until they figured out the trick to skywriting. But I feel like that's what you want to do with flying. That was really good, and that felt like I've earned my right to fly over the zones. Does that make any sense? Top zones for me is Hallowfall, Grizzly Hills, Stranglethorn Vale, Zuldazar, and Ardenwald, I think. All of those zones sound amazing if you just... Well, Hallowfall actually... But see, that's the thing. The difference between all of this is that the TBC zones, Nagrand for instance, was made for flying. Netherstorm was made for flying. Blade's Edge Mountain were zones made for flying. Dragonfly zones were made for flying. These zones are okay. They're not 100% made for flying, but they're kind of made for flying as well, right? You can pretty much get anywhere on foot, but if you want to go up the top of the mountain, you have to fly there. You can go on foot if there is flying, but you can't fly if there isn't. Yeah, but you won't go on foot if there's flying. That's the thing, right? It's very natural for humans to seek out the path of least resistance and to find the easiest way to do something. That's very human. So even though I could be very stubborn and say, listen, man, I'm just gonna RP. I'm gonna take off all of my flying mounts off my bars, and I will just play WoW like this, right? At one point, Marcin is gonna be, motherfucker, when are you getting to the dungeon? We're waiting for you. He's like, hold on, man, I'm coming, right? Wait for 15 more minutes, right? Like, you're not gonna do that. Even if you are very stubborn. At one point, there's a point that you'll reach where you'll give. And that's when you'll start using flying, because even though you can walk and you can experience the world more, the world isn't designed for you to not use flying. There's the objectives are way too far apart for you to just be flying everywhere, right? So you won't be flying everywhere. Wind Rider. No, is it 2 words? Dude, I want one of those newly revamped Wind Riders, bro. Do I need to like buy them off the store mount or something? First summon should be only ground. Yeah, see, but they did that and people fucking hated the shit out of it. Really happy we'll have 6 weeks stuck on the ground on Cernal and undermine drive system. Yep, I'm happy too. I know just people won't like it, but if they make... So here's the thing, if you make undermine drive only, design the zone where it won't make me want to fly. Just make a zone where I want to just be on the ground. One of the cool things that they sometimes do is what we have in certain zones where if you fly over it, people shoot you down. You can do that instead. That could be cool. Where there's, you know, a side effect of whatever the fuck, right? A downside to flying or a trade-off. You're wrong. I'm okay with you being limited to ground mounting when you're leveling for the first time, but then no, stop handicapping me. I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying, man. But that's fine. Dense blade stone. BFA zones were not made for flying. They were incredibly immersive, especially horde sites. Yes, yes. But I argue that a lot of the zones were like that. A zone that was definitely made for flying is Nagrand, right? Wasn't Nagrand... Was it the first zone that you leveled in where you had pieces of land floating that you could go to? I don't remember if there were points of interest there, if there were like legit points of interest you can visit on the zone where you were like, okay, I cannot do this with flying. Also, you had in Wrath, you had the Storm Peaks. That was also really good, right? You could pretty much do all of the Wrath content, if I recall. But in Storm Peaks, you can only access it through flying, right? You can't put the paste back in the tube. Flying is a thing. So yeah, I know, but I've said that before. What am I like? It's fine, man. Like we're talking about different things. I'm talking about world immersiveness. You're talking about quality of life. When it comes to quality of life, I'm agreeing with you. Like, you're just saying what I'm saying while disagreeing with me because I don't know why. But we're saying the same thing. There can be like fully immersive flying zones where flying is a thing, but they have to probably be designed a little bit differently. It probably has to be just like a fully mountain area. I probably wouldn't want to ground mount there. What is this? Oh, that's not my thing. This is my thing. Make zones, but yeah, totally agree. But there have to be zones immersive for ground mount as well. Make a zone that you cannot ground mount, that you cannot fly over. Or if you fly, you can fly over the zone or get from point A to point B, but not use it as a means of transportation. Maybe use it as a, I don't know. Let's say if I want to do a world quest here and do a world quest there, I have to use ground mount. But if I want to move from this side of the zone to that side of the zone, I can use flying, right? Make it so that, I don't want to say flying has a cooldown because that feels terrible. But basically what Dragonfly did with the vigor stuff, where you had to wait a while until the vigors you got your vigor back, you had to like use ground mount, right? It felt more immersive that way. What up, Sylvanus? How's the weather in the Maw, Sylvanus? I'm not excited for retail anymore so far as Dragonfly 2.0, same release schedule, same-ish content, feels so formulaic. That's kind of word for word what we've said, but yeah, it's Not the same as Dragonflight. But an expansion has so many things, you can find the 5 things that are the same and you can say that it's the same expansion. But I can give you 5 things that are not the same and it will make what you said not true. Three times around the hill to reach a world quest. I think it's sad that they are still adding so much detail to modern zones, but flying makes 98% never see. Yeah, that's kind of my point as well. Oh shit! I get 10 of these things for 2. I rarely get that quest. Is that a weekly quest? I just got it. Is that normal? It's a controversial. Flying is like a ball said, the Pandora box. You cannot close the Pandora box once you open it. But god damn it, whenever they forcibly close off the Pandora box, do I not enjoy the world more. But that's just one aspect of the game. You cannot just have the world. You have to have more than just the world. Right? WoW isn't just getting immersed into the world. It's also finishing your dailies, gathering resources and stuff like that. And ground mounting just isn't efficient for that. It's a weekly. I swear to God, I've always picked up all of the weeklies in Dornagal. That's the first time I see that one gives me 10 tokens. Was Banzura compare with survival? What are your thoughts? In what? Are you interested in class design or damage? In damage, Warcraft logs in our tier list probably paint a better picture. In damage, balance is higher. In design, survival is higher. I'm eating a chocolate croissant. I need energy. Yeah, Brand does give weekly quests, but they didn't seem to give me like tokens. Class design, trying to switch mains, go survival. Easy. Easy. What a fatty. You wanna compare, motherfucker? Another way to do it is that have content that makes players stay on the ground for longer. That could also be a thing, yeah. But that's different then, because the content is keeping you on the ground, not the world, right? I'm talking about being immersed into the world. Like this is a perfect zone for flying, for instance. But let's say I think this is probably a good zone to have flying have a cooldown, right? What the fuck is that? Oh, herbalism stuff. So all of these zones are almost impossible to access on foot. Like some of these zones, right? Like if you're on the bottom plateau, can you even get to the top plateau by ground? Yeah, you can. Oh, okay, you can. But it takes a while, right? But you can fly, right? So I have a quest here. I hop down and I need to kill these guys. But oh shit, I got the thing. Oh, dope, dude. War Saber, Caldora, Wolf. Okay, cool. War Saber just looks so much better. Right, so I land here, but I cannot hop on my flying mount anymore because it has, I don't know, like 2-minute cooldown. So I just have to like walk now, or you know, use ground mounts. I feel like maybe this is the healthy medium, but I feel like people will just feel restricted. I might feel restricted as well, and they probably just won't like it. Love your content, keep up the great work. Was curious if you have been leveling alt with time walking. I have, and if it has been slow for you. No, my queue times have been very hard for DPS, around like 30 minutes. Okay, if it's recent, maybe, because I haven't leveled for like a week with time walking. So I don't know how they are now. People probably finished leveling their stuff, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna go back to leveling during the holidays, because the time walking leveling will still go on for, excuse me, for until, what is it, January, whenever the event stops. But though, for instance, like this quest, finding 10 soils of mud, of glob, of disturbed earth, takes way too long for ground mounts, right? This is better for flying, because it's so spread out. .1 is keeping us on the ground very fast. That is the Twitch drop, yes. Wait, which one can I mount? War Saber, right? Yeah. Oh, I can... I didn't even know I had this! Fuck yeah! Holy shit, gimme. Dude, I have so much shit from trading posts and stuff, I don't even know. Half of it. Oh, this looks so badass. Oh, yes. But I need to find my disturbed earth. I need to find it faster. Am I the only one disappointed by 20-year anniversary? It feels boring after a couple of weeks. But would there ever be an event that wouldn't be boring after a couple of weeks? Do you want an event that you cannot finish in a couple of weeks? Do you want that event to be a grind fest for months? The reason it's boring is probably because you've done everything that you wanted to do, right? Which is good, because then you don't... First of all, you don't feel like you have to spend all your time in it. You don't feel like it's a chore. And then it's good for people that come in that don't feel like, oh, the event lasts for like 3 more weeks, but it takes a month old to farm. You're never gonna make it in time, right? There's also that side, right? So you want the content to not be inaccessible to people. I think the event is fine. I think the event has been a success, a big success. The anniversary event. Every week we have new time walking consistently back to back. The raid is a cool alternative to the main content. You can easily gear alts in another raid if you're bored of the main raid. Every week you have new time walking dungeons that you can level your alts. You gain massive XP boosts for your alts. You can buy transmogs from so many expansions. Like there's literally... you don't have enough time in WoW to farm all of the transmogs you can unlock for your characters. So this is just way too much content. Is too much content a problem? Didn't farm everything yet, but it's better to complete it in time. Yeah. And listen, you have to get used to the fact that, you know, not everything is for everybody. And it doesn't have to be, because you like different things and I like different things. And if they only made things that I liked, you wouldn't like them. If they only made things you like, I wouldn't like them, right? So they have to make things that we could both like. One of us will like it more, the other one will like it less. But if they only made things that you like and only made things that I like, we will probably have like 2 things in the whole game. The anniversary, though, has to be something that the majority of players can engage with because it's an anniversary event. So there has to be something that you can like out of it. If you like to do dungeons, you can do dungeons. You have time walking dungeons. If you like raids, you can do a new raid. You have that. If you like mount farming, you have mount farming. You have transmog, you have transmog competitions. You have mount off competitions. You have pet battles. You have world boss farm. You have tier 2 remake fucking thing. Like, okay, sure, but I think it's fine. Buying things for tokens, that's fine. But see, the thing is, when we criticize the game, I think it has to be like a fair criticism. Otherwise, the more criticism that we put out that is just our gut feeling, which is kind of normal for everybody, right? We all do this. But the more gut feeling criticism we put out there, the more we create a sea of useless information that is not heard. So at least I try to, you know, kind of see both sides of the coin, especially since we kind of, you know, we know that the devs are watching some of our content. We don't know if they watch all of it. We don't know if all the devs watch our content. We don't know if the relevant devs watch our content, but we know that some of them do. So if there's a chance that we can, you know, put out some constructive feedback / criticism out there, try to make it as, you know, as fair as possible, I guess. People complain about anything today, though. It's too much we complain, it's too little we complain. I think
Let's
this is
play a
cooking
game.
so much.
I'll
Yeah,
say
that's
a
definitely
race,
true.
and you say the first class that comes to your mind fast. Ready?
All right.
3, 2, 1. Night Elf.
Hunter. I read your message. I saw an elf. I immediately thought of Hunter, and I thought I was always gonna think of Druid. It's a fun game, actually. I don't know why I didn't say Druid. I should have said Druid, but I said Hunter for some reason. There you go. I'm not the only one. Of the content. Any advice on Holy Paladin from classes? Can't decide between Light Forged or Herald. Play both. Who cares? Enjoy. Lightsmith is really fun and engaging. Herald is just explosive. Herald is simpler. You just press your wings and you fucking go nuts. Why choose one over the other? Just play both. Do one key with one, do the other key with the other one. Who cares? You think it's Druid? Yeah, right. Night Elf is definitely mage. See, Avatar likes to be the guy, right? The guy. Actually, I'm gonna say the thing that everybody will disagree with. Or at least that I personally will disagree with. But I guess it depends on how you engage with the lore. Night Elves had a big culture around sorcery, right? They were they the first mages or were those trolls? Might have been trolls, right? But the first Night Elf mages were essentially the Blood Elves of today, right? And the Nightborn. Trolls evolved into elves or something, or if you're horde players, they devolved. I need more dirt. Wait, there was a place where you could just find like a whole bunch of dirt though. I think it was this. How many world quests do I need to do? Dude, I have still done only 2 world quests. Alright, let me do this shit. Trolls were not first mages? Why not? Wasn't the Zandalari Empire before the Night Elves? The Zandalari had plumbing, but they didn't have sorcery? Offshore from the evolution path.
Search the area. Gather the remnants from the land.
I've always wanted to kind of rearrange all my characters to have them be the best race class combo for the lore with no repeats. I'm kind of the same, man. It's just that warrior works for way too many races. Like, my orc has to be first and foremost warrior, but the best shaman is definitely an orc. The best warlock is definitely an orc, for me. Because I'm a big Warcraft 2 / Warcraft 3 fan. So that just puts like half of my tunes on orcs. that's not healthy for a diverse lineup. I don't know where I need to take this. Is warrior new main? Always. Warrior is always my new main. Wait, do I need to take this shit? If I could only have one Night Elf, I don't know which I'd switched it something else. DH would be Night Elf, but also Druid. Oh, okay, like that. Yeah, like I had that dilemma as well. But I can't know. I like orcs way too much, so I'm biased. But I kind of want a troll character, but what would I make a troll? Probably a hunter, a survival hunter, which I do have it as a hunter. But I also want a dwarf. What do I make a dwarf? Well, my dwarf would probably be a warrior, right? Or a hunter, but my warrior is never gonna not be an orc. But maybe I can make it a hunter, which I did, so then I don't have a troll anymore. And I really started to like human lore recently, which is a badge that I will wear proudly because it's a very generic race, and I've criticized people for playing a very generic race as humans a lot of the time. So I'm now the same perpetrator. But as far as, you know, Paladin is concerned, for me, I just feel like any other race just does not make Paladin transmogs look good. Blood Elves are a close second, but I don't know. They're just way too skinny for what I envision in my head to be a plate-wielding warrior of the light. The run animation keeps me from it. I love it. Worgen Rogue. I think I might change my mage to undead and make my my paladin human, but I want dwarves. I like dwarves a lot. Dwarves are good hunters, shamans, warriors, but all of these kind of have like different races. Undead because they are most like the Warcraft 2 as Death Knight, so technically could be seen as an Orc Spirit. True, kinda, but at the same time, you know, Warlocks are former Orc Shamans, right? Undead could be like full Warlocks, but from a different perspective. To this day, male Undeads have the best casting animations, hands down. There's not a single race that casts spells in a cooler way than Undead. Maybe because I'm a vanilla Andy, and all of the cool casters back then were all Undead. But I also just really like how their casting animations are. Oh, this is where I need to take it. Jesus, I just walked past this because I thought I shouldn't be here. There you go. Did I finish the? No, I need one more. This should give me the bronze tokens here too, right? There you go. This is it. Male Worgen, yeah, male Worgen, yeah, no. Like being on all fours, lifting one hand off the ground to reveal a dagger and just jumping from the shadows, from the bushes. That feels like a rogue thing to do. And the casting animation is great, yeah. Undead Priest is a vibe. True. My priest, I have an Undead Priest that I used to play a lot, but I really like Nightborns as a race because I think they have some of the coolest story ever, and I really like them during Legion. So what do I do with my Nightborn? Do I make him a caster? But I cannot stand the way Nightborn males look, so my Nightborn was my only female character. But once again, just the mage transmog just didn't look good. Everything is so tiny, so petite, which is adorable, but it's personally for me way too feminine. I feel insecure in my masculinity to play female characters. There, I said it. Did I do the thing? Did I get the stuff? Bronze celebration tokens. Yes, I got them. I can get the fuck out. Dragthier. This is how you know that Avatar is a regular here on the channel. He knows what makes me tick. Rogue's Lady of Us is one of the best characters. She's really cool for sure. And again, the rogue side, they're falling apart. You could smell them from a mile off. The rogue side is basically because undead naturally have a close connection to shadow magic, because that's kind of part of necromantic magic, or at least it used to be. I don't know if they've retconned that as well. So sub-rogues make sense, you know, because they're a little bit more shadowy. And they're tiny, they're light, right? Because they're just skin and bones. That's how I think of undeads, right? But at the same time, the SI7 is so cool, right? So it depends on how you want to approach the lore. For instance, if you want to make a lore accurate mage, you'd either make it a night elf or a blood elf, right? Maybe a blood elf rather, right? Because night elves kind of, you know, I guess they kind of opened up to magic lately. But I just like human mages. I feel like the coolest mages are all humans. Kael'thas was a little bitch. He could have been a cool character. But Khadgar, Medivh, Jaina. The only non-cool mage that's not human is Thalyssra. But she doesn't really do much. She's just cool because she's a character. She's not cool because she's a mage. The Kultiran is the only race that realistically represents the average WoW player. I don't know, man. Marcelian doesn't like the Kultirans, but I feel like if you would have a warrior character, the Kultiran will be the most accurate depiction of a warrior character. Like if you've seen strong men, not men that are strong, but strong men, you know, the powerlifters and stuff, they're basically Kultirans. They're big dudes with big bodies and big guts. Because you need all of that fat to be able to pull off the energy required to move metal really quickly. Which is basically what, you know, fighting in a war means. So Kultirans are just, they feel very realistic in that sense, right? Normal humans are all fucking bodybuilders, right? They're like 13% body fat or something like that, or 8% body fat. Fuck that, dude, that's not realistic. Even mages, dude, mages look like they could lift me. Stealth is pretty much a type of shadow magic. I guess it is now, right? Because everything has to be some kind of magic. And I'm not a... I don't know. I don't like that much. I changed my warrior race from human to Dracthyr and I'm happy with that. Never liked human body. Looks like... Michelin guy? And I'm not a fan of elves. Michelin guy? You mean the mascot? But that's like rolls of flab. This is not humans. Maybe Kultirans. Oh, listen, man. If you like Dracthyrs, go for it. I'm not a fan of their aesthetic. That's fine, you know. That's fine. They can do their thing. That's all good. I actually thought that whenever they introduced Blood Elves, the fact that they couldn't be warriors was a really interesting and cool twist. Because they were all about the magic, right? There was no real warrior culture, but then, you know, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, I guess. I prefer being a troll pretending, love the Zandalari druid forms. See, isn't this cool, guys? Even though all of us have so many bad takes. Isn't it cool that we can all love all of these different things and still enjoy the game? So as much as I hate Volperas and things like that, like, you know, there are people who just like being rats. So who am I to say that they cannot be rats? Just be rats, guys. It's fine. Just know that if you come into my home, I'm gonna wipe my boots on your tail. Ah! I said it. I said it with words. I'm just honest. I don't know. The 2 months from Twitch is active? Yep, they are. You can still get it for sure. You have to link your Battle.net account so that, you know, they can send the mounts to you. And you have to watch the stream for like 20 minutes. It's interesting because normally it's just 4 hours, right? I think they've changed it. Did they change just for this anniversary, or are all Twitch drops now just 20 minutes? What do? Just watch the stream. Make sure that your Twitch account is connected to your Battle.net account so that, you know, you can receive the mounts, because otherwise how would your Battle.net account know you've watched the stream? Jesus Christ, dude. Am I not able to get this shit? Ooh. Hell yeah, Mallistic. They're really cool. This is what you get. You get this bad boy. For the Horde. What a mean looking cat. I don't know if I can show you the Alliance one. What is it? Kaldor? No, Caldori. Oh, I can use the werewolf too. And you get this. This is a little bit too frilly, too purple for me. Hey, Melissa, thank you for the prime, brother. Appreciate it, man. How about that? We got a new one. Maybe because even wasn't 4 hours. What do you mean? Oh, because the event wasn't even 4 hours? Is that what you're trying to say? You motherfucker, man. you little asshole. Worgen DK white for blue eyes. Are you serious? That was legit my DK. On beta.
Protect the residents from their
No, I made it with red eyes. Because I'm a Game of Thrones fan. Just saying. Wait. Yeah, white Worgans look so dope. They look like ghosts from the Game of Thrones, right? The white wolf with red eyes. Ooh. I think I just get distracted by all of this mining and I'm not actually picking up my wax to finish the goddamn daily. Where's the daily? I'm going to fly a little bit higher to have more time to scan the ground. Give me wax. Might as well do the elite quest there. Wait, that's not the elite quest, that's a world boss, isn't it? I actually don't think I've done this one before. Kobe's attacker slain, that's fine. Oh wait a minute. No, I haven't. So is there a cave underneath the island? How do you get to the... It has to be here, right? No? How do you get to the thing? This thing. Isn't this the world boss? Oh, wait a minute. Is it a bird? No. Or is it? Oh, okay. So I thought it was supposed to spawn like underground or something. How do you like those WoW Edition SteelSeries headphones? Thinking about getting them. It's really good. Oh my god, they're so comfortable. They're the most comfortable headset I've ever worn. And ever since ever since SteelSeries started to I guess it's not really sponsoring us, but partnering with us. The fact that I have this and a sound system and just more sound stuff. I can just connect to one major app and just control everything properly. Oh, the microphone too. And the keyboard. Well, keyboard doesn't really connect to the same thing, I guess. No, it does, but it's... never mind. I'm talking about sonar. It's really good. No, I just like it. Everything is super convenient. Cool. I like how they hide, man. How they use their lures. This is such a cool concept. But yeah, if you can get it for yourself, the headset I mean, totally recommend it. They're very convenient, easy to charge, easy to move around. You can connect them to, I guess any device that has a USB, right? Because you have a USB dongle. How do I know if I lose the world boss though?
I can't attack that. I can't attack that target.
Is this where we're waiting for the world boss to spawn? I can just look for a group, right? Oh shit, it's not here either.
I don't have a target.
So does this not spawn for anybody? I just need 3 more of these anyway. I don't even know what I'm looking for when it comes to that world boss. These guys are like clearing house. See one over there. I need one more. Oh yeah, no, holy shit, Archer's doing an amazing job. I keep forgetting to say this. By the way, people who are on YouTube, if you like the stream, consider hitting that thumbs up button. It actually helps the stream grow and get more people in. It's basic YouTube algorithm stuff. It's not, it doesn't really work like Twitch. So it has to get like likes and engagement and stuff like that for it to grow. And we would super appreciate it. Ooh, it's Paladin. I'm getting my wax. Dude, why am I finding very low amounts of wax again? Oh, there you go. No, this is the place. There you go. Look how much it is. Have another one over there. Damn. You know what? We're gonna be pulled anyway, so might as well. Where design, sound design is so good. Yeah, no, where's a glass? As much as I meme it, fuck. Sometimes I ask like, why am I not maining this game? I just feel so hurt, so emotionally attacked by their decision to make arms a dog shit spec. Worgen-esque name. Not sure Barkja works. Ha! Biteja. Why bark when you can bite, right? Yeah, I'm not too happy about arms either. But what are you gonna do? It just feels like it's just not made for me, man. Because I hear people saying it's great and people liking it, but I don't know if they say that because it does good damage or because they legit like the design. Because I feel like the design is so disconnected from what ARMS is as a spec, what its fantasy is, and what it's supposed to do. Inventory is full. What the fuck is in my inventory, dude? No! No! Just sell all my shit. Look at that. Look at that. bags full of junk. How much more wax do we have here? I guess that was it.
Our enemies have become brazen.
Oh my god, they didn't just kill it. Of course I missed it. Dude, get me in, get me in. Get me in. Yes. Yes, with bloodlust and everything. And no frames. Looks like a WoW boss. Baby. Yeah. Yes, sir. Do I have to collect these? Right. To be fair, I really miss the Pro Warrior Shadowlands. The big execute boy. This was some good Pro Warrior times.
Well done.
The infinite rage loop. Oh. My monkey school Tyrion rocking that strong man vibe. Hey man, I respect any cool Tyrion male players that don't transmog themselves in Morlock suits or whatever, or Morlock pajamas. You embrace the dude. The dude is you, and you are the dude, and that is the male cool Tyrion. Fantasy, basically. Good if you play without damage meters. Oh, we're talking about arms still. Oh, execute Prot Warrior. But it's not about that, man. Like whatever they did with the Maldraxxus Prot Warrior. What was the faction there? Jesus, what was the faction in Maldraxxus? I don't remember. But the banner that generated rage, and when you consume rage, you extend its duration. And once you had enough gear and you're doing your rotation right, you can have infinite banner. And when you get into execute, you generate so much rage, and execute is such a good rage spender. Oh, dude, that was so good. What a fun gameplay. Whenever a boss would reach execute phase, I would fucking destroy, man. 90% of my Culture mogs, their belly out. God, son of a... Yeah, Banner Wars Maldraxxus, but what was the Covenant called? It was not Maldraxxus. Why are you doing weeklies? For the currency and resources. It's important for me to get my anniversary mogs out of the way. And rep. My reps are still not up. I think people probably maxed out their reps. Mine are still like 16s, 17s, 18s. They're pretty lowish still. Because I slack, right? I do these like once every 2 weeks or something like that. So I'm like behind everybody always. When it comes to reputation levels. Necrolord, that's the one. God damn it, dude. That's exactly it. That is the one. I miss Gladiator Stance, Sword and Shield DPS Warrior. That was also cool, yeah. I actually tanked with that. I proc tanked the first 2 high mall bosses with that, if I recall. With my boy Ruthless. I don't know if he's still in chat. God, I was terrible at Warrior then. Holy shit. I can't believe they made me, they let me tank.
Sacred flame guide your way.
Oh shit, this is a lot of stuff.
We must prepare for Belladar to shift. The darkness comes. We are prepared. Always
Just
be
get all
prepared.
this stuff. Nope. No, I don't want quest, man. Just
Just
give me the good things.
The darkness comes. We
It was a cool fantasy. It's too bad that they couldn't make it work. Champion veteran. Oh, I can get these. Oh, I can finally buy this. Let me just buy this shit.
Always be
I
prepared.
was talking with my boy Moki and he said that he was always getting this shit on his alts. And I realized, dude, I just never have the repetition, but now I do. I haven't collected this. Let's collect this. I haven't collected this. Let's collect this.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
And 528. Buy Tiberius. What's Tiberius? Oh my god, don't tell me it's a pet.
We are the holders of hope. For the
Oh,
Empire.
Jesus Christ. Slayer Mountain Thane for Fury Warrior. Ooh, I'm a big Slayer fan. I feel like Slayer is the arms spec I don't get to play. Big chunky Blaze Storms, big chunky executes. Which I know arms also has access to. But arms should have access to that and more. But it only has access to that. So fuck you, I'm playing Fury Slayer. And that's the end of the discussion. Yeah, Michael Flex, thank you so much. We were so hyped when we were asked to be in. It's been a good year for us. Cannot wait to see what happens next. It's exciting times, exciting times. WoW is making a comeback. We'll see how long. I wanna say we'll see how long that lasts, but I feel like I'm just gonna jinx it. So I'm not gonna say it even though I kinda said it, right? I thought I heard you mention going to Sweden or whatever that was. How epic was that orchestra in person? I didn't go to Sweden, no. We went to Cologne. Wait, no, where was it again? Oh my god, I'm a dumbass. Switzerland, Jesus Christ. I confused it with Gamescom. The concert was fucking incredible, guys. Oh my god. When they started playing the original tracks, that's when they got me. I bawled my eyes off like a little bitch. Oh. It essentially evoked 20 years of memories, gaming, experience. I started playing WoW in... I remember to this day, dude. My family was renovating the house, and I think it was the bedrooms. And all of the furniture was in all of the house and in the kitchen, and there was only one bed still usable in the house. So my mom and sis had to sleep in the neighbors, and I had to do that too. But I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna solo, because they were like, don't sit here in all of this mess and all of this stuff. And I was like, no, I'm good. And then they would go off to bed, and I would just play WoW all night, because you know I was not allowed to play. And I used to play WoW in 1 square meter of space left in the house amidst all of the furniture for hours and hours, and level and explore the world, and all of that feels like all of that felt like was all coming back when I was listening to the concert. If you haven't listened to it, I strongly recommend it. The experience is not the same as being in the actual audience there, and I hope that maybe one day you guys can also experience that. That's a really cool thing. But put the music on, don't put anything else, just listen to the music. Just shut everything else off. Especially if you've played the expansion that the music plays from, because they go through all the expansions, right? I've played all of them, clearly. I've played since vanilla with a few breaks. So whenever they got to the expansions that I care about the most, it was fucking incredible. Yeah, I totally get you, Darwin. I totally get you, man. That's when you know, man, this game is more than just a game. Sure, we play for fun. Sure, we make games. Everybody has a different story for it. For me, it started as one of the most immersive and escapism games from, you know, my childhood, which wasn't the worst, but I really used WoW as an escape. And then it became a game I enjoyed as a young adult. And now it's kind of like a dream come true where I get to make this as a living. So having that be put into perspective by the whole thing was super cool. Yeah, live was really dope. Cannot even describe it. Will you ever do a stream for Warcraft Rumble? We did actually. I had alpha access very early and I liked it. And I just reinstalled it again to kind of see if it's any better than it was a year ago, because I really got bored really quickly of it. A stream, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people would be interested in it. I actually toyed with the idea of streaming the remastered versions of Warcraft, but I don't think those would be good stream content. Not for right now. Maybe one day we can play a lot more stuff, but I feel like the WoW audience that we have is mostly interested in like retail current stuff. Even today, normally we do a lot of keys, and we're kind of trying a little bit to change the streaming content, where we can just be a little bit more chill and engage with you guys a little bit more. Because whenever I do keys, I just get zoned in and locked in, and I don't know if that's fun. I don't think that's fun to watch. There are people who do that are probably better than me, like, you know, high key pushers and stuff like that, if people want to watch. But they probably will watch it for the content and the skill gameplay. Which is not what you can find here at Marcelian Online, okay? Here, you find hot takes and crazy Vulpera hate. It's basically what you can expect. What you pay for. Is this it? Am I done? Is this the last one? Ooh, what is that? What did I just loot? Oh, ink. What the? I still need 5 world quests. I need to finish them somehow. Are those 2 bars Wikaras or personal resource default from it's a Wikara. It's one that I'm still working on. I've borrowed a bunch of stuff from, I think, Dorky, but there's probably more that I need to do here to make it really work, because I have a bunch of other Wikaras. But I feel like this just works for pro warrior. I might just use this as a base for all my other classes though, because my other ones are a little bit tinier. But for tanks, I really want to see the health bar. And I think I'm just gonna keep it this size. I wanted to like make it a little bit more compact, like I have for my mage and my DK. But I just need a little bit more testing. Do you think Delves will have the rewards nerfed in season 2 since they're so high level now? No, I don't think so. That will kill Delves 100%. I think part of the appeal with Delves is that you can use them as a source of gearing. Obviously, people use it just for fun content, but like I said, WoW players don't like to have content that's not practical, right? They want to feel like their time investment is worth it. Speaking of, let's do this real quick. Well, low eye level is for us, the end game players, right? But there are definitely people that their peak is around hero track. And for them, having that be achievable through solo content is really important. And I think that's fine. I just hope that they add more cosmetic rewards and other stuff. Or wait, that's not what I want. Oh shit, I cannot cancel it. More stuff like that for Delves. That's what I want. Because it feels like after I get the eye level, I don't really care about Delves anymore. Yeah, you get heroic piece per week, but you also get hero track from bountiful delves, right? No? No, that's champion. You get from the maps. I think they should just make maps more reliable, let's say. Like after you complete like 4 tier 8 delves, you can get a map, right? For a 5th one or something like that. And maps should give you like the hero track, right? I feel like people after doing 4 delves, ooh, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? Did I just stay in the AoE? I think I stood in the AoE. I feel like we should start moving slowly into a direction where RNG progression is no longer a thing. I am currently thinking like, would I do delves regularly with my alts if I could guarantee the reward that I wanted? And I think I would. If I could guarantee that, you know, in 4 delves, I'll have, what's my shittiest item? A trinket, right? If I could guarantee that in 5 to 6 delves, I can have like a hero track trinket, or 8 delves or 10 delves, as long as it's not a ridiculous number, I would 100% do them if I can get to choose what item that is. I feel like people, I don't know if this is something, maybe you guys can agree or disagree. Maybe you can tell me in chat. Do you think that this would be something that would make at least this content more appealing, but hopefully this can be applied to all content? Where let's say you grind Arakara 20 times, but if you do it, you 100% get the Sackbrute trinket. If you could get the Sackbrute trinket guaranteed 100% after like 20, although 20 still seems a ridiculous number, by the way. But let's say for the sake of argument, because I know people have cleared it for like 40 times and still haven't gotten it. But if let's say guaranteed after 20 Arakara runs, you get the Sackbrute trinket, would you do those 20 runs? Not a pity system, no. Because it's not pity. You've done it 20 times. What's the pity in that? You've done the content so many times. Presumably in time, right? If it's an M+ key. What time is the WoW wrap up? It's going to be in 3.5 hours-ish. I will take a break soon. And then I have to move to the office, get everything ready, and then Marcel and I will hop on the wrap up. Oh shit, I'm dying. Oof. Let me buy maps with under coins. That's true, but that can be the thing, right? Doing 8 delves gives you enough under coins to buy a map or whatever, right? Then in specificity, dungeons have 1 currency drop per run. And then you have sack cost 20. Yeah, that's basically bullions. That's basically time warp keys that we have in Blackrock Depths. Basically what we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Where is Classic Plus from yesterday Blizzard show? Do you mean where you can watch that? Or I don't understand the question. You do it? Yeah, I would do it too, and I'm not a delve pusher. Like, I haven't done delves. I've done like 1 delve this month, and then maybe 2 delves last month, and then I've done most of my delves in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season. That's it. After the season started, I don't think I've done a single delve properly. Or more than like 1 delve or 2 per week or something like that, right? So I'm not a delve player. But I would play delves if I could guarantee at least hero track, right? Even if they have to be harder, listen, just make it rewardable at +10s. Dude, holy shit, dude, chill. But I think that's probably just because I'm kind of tired of RNG grind. RNG is fine, but I think this is just a little bit too much. Yo. Oof. Can I do this without dying? I have a potion, but I don't know if I want to use it. I did 40s for the dagger and dragonfly. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, right? I think 40 is a ridiculous number. I think we should have had 2 daggers by then, at least 2 daggers. I think that's way too much. This is not an ARPG, especially in a Mythic Plus system that's already flawed to begin with. Farming it that much is ridiculous, and even if you farm it, you still don't actually get it. You get a hero track version of it, but you really, if you farm a hero track version of it, you really want a myth track version of it, right? If you can farm hero track gear in Mythic Plus, the chances are you are actually a myth track player. So that's also a problem in and of itself, especially for Mythic Plus. You can never really get myth track gear except 1 per week. There's so many problems with Mythic Plus, man. We go through so many times. They're still stubbornly sticking to their guns and to their design choices. Which, you know, is whatever. Okay, fine, but come on, dude. God damn it, man. Oh, am I getting it through the mail? Sure thing, Ice. Looking forward to it, man. If you do another delve, can I tag along with my pal? You have to do one more. I'll have to see how quickly I get done with this, but yeah. If I could farm under coins for maps, I'd run alts through delves all day. Yeah. I would probably... I don't know if I would run all day, but I'll definitely run delves weekly. I'll definitely use them to gear alts. Outside of Mythic Plus, sometimes I just don't feel like waiting 30 minutes to find a key group that I want to push with. Or to do keys with. I don't want to have to go through this. Can I just go do a delve? But unfortunately, delve just doesn't give me anything for the way I play. And they're not meant to. They're meant to give to other people. But just, I don't know. I guess if they make rewards drop from 10s, but they increase the reward level, then that would just move the goalpost to be at 10. And people will probably not like it because they will feel forced to do it. Or then people won't like the fact that you can get myth track from delves when you can barely get myth track from mythic bosses, and maybe that's true. Should we be able to get myth track from delves? I don't know, but is there a world where if the delve is difficult enough, then it's okay to get myth track from it? Can that ever be a thing? No, big no. Okay, what if the delve is twice as hard? What if it takes 2 hours to finish a delve? Still no? Is it based on principle, or is there a legit reason for it? I can see the argument too, man, but most of the arguments and the legit arguments are, listen, myth track should be a reward for people that can coordinate with other people to do a raid and kill a raid boss, which requires a lot of commitment and stuff like that, and no amount of single player content should be able to reward the same content, and I agree. But what the argument actually says is that it's way too hard to get myth track already, and if you make it easier to accomplish, then you first devalue the value of myth track items and kind of make raiding pointless. But what if it's not easy to get? What if it takes longer to get a myth track from delves than it does from raids, but the only upside is that you are solo? Would it still be an argument against it then? Principle. Okay, see, well, principle is a stupid way to design a game. Because on principle, I don't want Vulturas. I don't want Horde and Alliance being friends, right? But that's a stupid thing for the game. However much we like it, listen, I'm with you, man. On principle, I don't think it's a good idea either. But I don't think principle makes for good design. So I want to point out that what if you go into a delve and it takes 48 hours to complete that delve, right? And you cannot move your character out of that delve for 48 hours. Are you allowed to get a mythic track item then? Hey, Nario, thank you for the 26 months, but I appreciate it. Which class is already hard to make something difficult for a group where you can rely? For all classes, it doesn't matter. This is a hypothetical discussion. Let's assume that in my example, every class would have the exact same difficulty in getting that myth track item and getting from that delve. Because I know what you're saying. Because then if it's tuned for a specific class to be difficult, but other people can just get it super easy, then it's definitely not fair. On the 11s and going into 12s now, is that not worthy of mid track? 12s should be, yes. I don't know about 11s, but 12s, yes. I mean, the bow, who cares if myth track gear is easy? That's definitely a boat that can exist in WoW. I think it's a dangerous boat to live in, and I think if we live in that boat, we have to change a lot more about the game. I think myth track being difficult to acquire plays a part into making the content be valuable, because part of playing an RPG is overcoming a challenge and being rewarded for that challenge. If the challenge doesn't exist and you just get rewarded for it before you get to the challenge, then that doesn't make any sense for a game anymore. Because if there's no difficulty, no real difficulty in getting myth track item, but getting myth track item lets you do harder content, that's just like a paradox. Harder content is relative to your character and your character's strength. If there's no difficulty in getting gear, then where's the difficulty of the game anymore? Or do we even have difficulty? Or is difficulty not matter anymore? Like that's a boat you can be in, but I feel like that has to come as a package deal with a bunch of other stuff. Who cares about myth track gear being easy? Seasons make previous gear relevant. That's a very good argument. That is a very good argument. A lot of the gear discussions to me sounds just like outdated gatekeeping. Maybe, but gear is also a form of progression in an RPG game, which WoW still is, or at least it tries to be. Being able to get a better sword because you are a better gamer or you've grinded, I think it's a good thing. A lot of the RPGs are based off of grinding that just consumes normal time. But you know, in recent years that grinding has been put behind the skill wall, which is a different thing altogether. That just creates a different kind of game. I love to raid on the Druid, but no healer spots. Well, you know, no healer spots in our guild, but you know, can find the guild that has healer spots. Myth track is fine where it is, just increase hero to 8 out of 8. That's even, I think that's even worse. The reason why I think that's even worse, Fabo, is because think about it. If you're you need gilded crests to get to myth track 6 out of 6, right? But gilded crests are awarded from content that awards myth track gear. If we're talking about raid, which is a simpler way to look at it, but we can make that argument for Mythic Plus as well. So if you can clear content that rewards myth track item, why do you care about upgrading a hero track item? And if you increase that hero track to 8 out of 8, then you only exacerbate this issue. So it becomes even more useless of a piece of gear. What's the point in farming even more gilded crests from content that can award myth track item when there's even a higher chance you would get a myth track item by the time your item gets 8 out of 8 hero? I just think that myth dropping in rating but not in M+ is kind of bullshit. At this point, yes. So there's a stigma and a principle that old school WoW players have where, you know, raid should have the best gear, which is an old boomer take that, you know, I used to agree with, but not considering how difficult it is to you know, get Mythic Plus done in time. Not when Mythic Plus has so many barriers of entry and how much punished you are for fucking up a key, right? How much time you lose, which is not the time that you lose in a raid, by the way. So I don't think we can look at raids and Mythic Plus as a fair one-on-one comparison. I'm not interested enough in Mythic raiding at this time to find another guild and Plus is my thing for now. I like my guilds. Yeah, it's fine. But then you don't get to complain that you would like to raid, but there's no spots. And Plus drops hero track gear and gives gilded. Yes, but dude, that's true for 10s as well. And up until the War Within, the equivalent of +8s would also reward myth track in the vault, wouldn't it? Didn't 18s before reward myth track in vaults before the M+ squish? The difficulty of the game remained the same. They've just pushed back the loot reward for reasons. It's a band-aid for M+ people that get shit in vaults. You mean the one myth track item per week? I guess that would make sense. Yeah. Play the content you enjoy and that's it. Yeah, but the reason you enjoy content is because, like, we go back into the what's a game discussion that we've had earlier. The reason you enjoy a content is because it's a challenge that when you overcome, it gives you a level of satisfaction. I think it's human nature to enjoy things that are hard to get, that you eventually do get, right? And it's also human nature to get really bored if things are just handed to you. So if gear is handed to you because there's no inherent difficulty in obtaining it, then it sounds fun initially because, oh, you can just do it for fun, but that goes away because, contrary to popular belief, the brain doesn't just want things to be easy to be interested. There's a saying that goes around that, you know, if your life is too peaceful, you go out looking for trouble or something like that, right? Which, if you study human psychology, if you study the way that societies develop in modern countries, whenever life becomes a little bit too easy, you start to create problems of your own. Humans are weird, guys. Humans are very weird. So your brain kind of feels like it constantly needs a challenge to overcome. Feels like it needs an obstacle, a puzzle to solve. Whether that is how to clear a Mythic Plus dungeon, or, you know, discover the cure for cancer or whatever. They should drop the myth track to 8, maybe 8, 9, maybe it would be a bit too generous, but 9 myth. Yeah, but see, now we're not talking about actual problems, we're talking about moving the bar, the spectrum around to create quality of life or convenience, which is fine. But that just means that there actually is a problem and the solution has to be implemented, otherwise we're just trying to make that problem the least inconvenient as possible instead of actually solving it. That's what moving the slider down to a +9 is. Because we had it at a +8 before, and we moved it to a 10, and now it's too much, and we move it to a 9. But the problem is that there is a slider, and that you don't actually have a surefire way to get a reward. Like, not having a surefire way to get a reward for what you want creates stress, frustration, and what is it? God damn it, friction. The friction that the Blizzard loves so much. You don't want that. That friction is obviously not fun because people are seeing the backlash of it. Farming Arakara 40 times and not getting the sack brood is stupid friction. You are putting a lot of time, a lot of effort to complete things. You should be 100% rewarded for it, not maybe you get a chance or it will eventually happen when, I don't know, whenever the coin lands on the phase that is necessary for you to be lucky. Like, that's not compelling gameplay, and that's not compelling reward, and your brain gets frustrated because your brain needs, oh my god, if I do this, I get this, and if your brain doesn't have that correlation, it creates problems. It starts to have problems. I don't want peace, I want problems. It's not about necessarily... I don't know if you're wrong, though. But maybe you are. Who knows? Sometime, maybe one day we'll never find out. Or maybe we will find out sometime. Can Warlocks cast an ending breath to ignore? Yes. Yes, they can. What's the argument for friction? The argument for friction is that we have RNG in loot, that we have certain systems that are not reliable because we need to have a level of friction because that creates value to the content, since, you know, it's the gambling mechanic. I don't think there's anything else to it. That was the argument that the devs, particularly Ian, I think, gave for a lot of the stuff in the past. I don't want to put words into his mouth because I cannot remember every interview, but that was an argument that was made, that, you know, we have these things in the game because we have to have a little bit level of friction, which I agree, we have to have the level of friction, but this is not the friction. This is not it, Chief. You want to remake the whole loot system? Yes, sir. So, I don't know what the best solution is, because we could have multiple solutions for the same problem. Maybe only one of them is good, and maybe the one that's good is not the one that I can think of. But I know what the problem is. The fundamental problem is very simple. We don't have to try to understand it. We don't have to do community service or analysis of the meta, of the logs, of whatever people do and their behavior patterns and all that. We don't have to do that. The problem is simple. Your effort is not rewarded proportionally. Your effort is rewarded randomly. That's not fair. Your brain doesn't like it, or I mean, maybe you do, who knows? But in the grand scheme of things, I personally don't like it when I feel like it doesn't matter how much effort I put in. It matters how lucky I am. There are parts of the game where effort matters, of course. Effort in being able to clear higher and higher keys. That comes down to your efforts, your skill in improving as a player. Same thing with the raid. And that just increases the chances of getting good gear. That doesn't guarantee the gear. That's my problem. This is where I'm not playing a gambling game here. I want to play a video game that can reward me reliably. Clean your bags. Oh, I'm just going to keep them open for you, Jersey. I'm just going to keep them like this until I log out. If you don't delve again, use giant water breathing elixir. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I did it. It's fine. Friction creates value, makes sense, but that's such a balancing act. Yeah, it's not a fine-tuned system. I think a better way is to make it so the difference between trinkets in this example is not extreme, to where you can keep the RNG and even have a lesser trinket. It's still fine. It's not having versus not having. What? It's having versus not having, you mean, right? Or I don't know what you're trying to say. To be fair to them, it's not fully random anymore. Now that we can reliably craft almost max level. It's fully random when you get a specific item, for sure. Remind people to like the video. I did, and I can do it again. Guys, you know, when you watch the stream, if you hit the like button, we super appreciate it. And don't forget that we do have the WoW wrap up today, which will start in a couple of hours. It's in about 2 hours and something, 2 hours and a half, 2 hours and 15 minutes. It depends on how quickly we get to the office, how quickly we set everything up, and we're gonna be talking about the 11.1 patch, probably go into all the little things and discuss it at length, which we didn't have time last night when we did the video. So make sure you tune in. If you're on YouTube, it's going to be on YouTube. When it goes live, you'll get the notification, but we'll post it in Discords and social media as well. If you haven't checked our Discord, recommend you hop into Discord, and all of the videos, live streams, clips, and everything that we make, we post them there as well, so you can know what's going on. Think your bags are great. Oh, thank you, Agdus. If only my dad could see that. I meant you can put stuff in most places with crafted even if you don't get the drop. True, but that's not what an MMO is it? The RPG is getting that one cool thing, right? Otherwise, we're just getting stat sticks. Otherwise, what's the point of having cool items? If you have cool items, you'll want the cool items, even if you have placeholder items. Trinkets are a problem. They're a problem because they're good and they have to be good, otherwise they would be boring. But the problem is the acquisition. I feel like the simplest way, which I don't know if this is the way, but this is a much simpler and much better way, is to have currency, just like we have in the Blackrock Death's raid. There's no argument you can give me that I have killed the hardest boss in the game, let's say Mythic Sikron, which gives me my Bis necklace, right? That I have killed that boss every week for the last month, 2 months, however long it was, and I still don't have that nick. There's no reasonable argument that you can give me for that, except, oh, it's RNG, bro. Nah. I'm sorry. I have the skill to clear the boss. I have cleared the boss. I've cleared it twice. I've cleared it 3 times. I cleared it 4 times. How many more times? Guarantee it to me. 10 kills, you guarantee you have access to the entire loot table. Put a number on it. That's fine. Just give me that number. Then we can decide if the number is too big or too small. But give me a goddamn number. Don't bring me, don't tease me, don't put this little carrot in front of me. It's like, hey, sometimes the carrot can swing and you might be able to take a bite out of it. Keep the RNG, because, you know, being lucky and getting it whip 1 actually feels good. But being a month and a half in and still not having it feels shit. Why promote shit feelings for the off chance that you can get a good feeling as well? Why does the good feeling have to come at the expense of the shit feeling? Be better. Be smarter. It's 2024. You already know the solution to the problem. They've done the solution to the problem. That problem is called the Blackrock Death's raid. It has every solution we have ever asked from a raid. Instant gravestones at the boss that we've just cleared. super small trash, impactful trash with mini bosses that reward currency. It's not having the repairs that we, you know, kind of want to kind of reduce the need to go out of the raid and stuff like that. But we've had that in Dragonflight. They can definitely do it. And we have a vendor with its loot table. If you've done all of the bosses in Blackrock Depths and all of the mini bosses, because you have to do all the mini bosses too, you have to actually clear all of it, you can buy whatever item you want from the entire loot table. I think one item per run is a little bit too much. I think maybe for a regular raid that's not an anniversary event, have 2 full clears of a raid give you enough currency to buy one item. I think that's fair. I think that's fine. So if I'm a mythic raider and I'm 4 out of 8, I need a whole month to get the item of my choosing. I think that's fair. If I'm a 4 out of 8 mythic raider, or maybe you are a 4 out of 8 heroic raider, and every week you clear only 4 of the bosses of the raid, I think once you've cleared all 4 twice, so, you know, once you've cleared, the raid has 8 bosses, once you've cleared 16 bosses worth of loot, you can buy 1 item. I think that's fair. That is not how it is. And the fact that that's not how it is atrocious. Okay, you don't like it? It's too much? Okay, make it 24 bosses. Give me a fucking number, man. The RNG has to go. It's past time. We're good. We're good. Let's do better. Let's make the game more interesting. Let's reward. Let's say, dude, if you put 100 units of energy and worth into the game, I reward you with 100 units of rewards, of loot or whatever, right? Just give me these two. You put 100 units of energy, you might get a reward. You can put 1,000 units of energy and might still not get it. You can put 1 unit of energy and you'll get the loot. Like, that's gambling, bro. Study gambling. Study the psychology of gambling. Let WoW die. Get out, man. Get out. Just go play solitaire, man. You're good. They've tested different solutions for the problems that we're encountering for different things in the past. They've tested a bunch of very core problems for the game with Plunderstorm, which a lot of people didn't like. We made a video on it. We've went through why Plunderstorm is such a good thing for the game, but people kind of focus on the things that they don't like, and that's fine. But, you know, they've definitely tested. They've tested the gearing and leveling system with Mock Remix, which I think was one of the best leveling experiences I've ever had in WoW. The most meaningful leveling experiences I've had in WoW, period. And it was great. Everybody fucking loved WoW Remix. It's there. It's there. You've done it. It worked. What's going on? Yeah, no, Plunderstorm and Remix are returning. That's not what I'm interested in. Those events are fine. They're cool. I want them to take what's good about the events and put it into retail. That's what's great. What's good about Plunderstorm is the low barrier of entry for people to get into it. You don't need to read 10 books of lore, play 7 expansions, ask 12 friends to help you do things. You just log in and it's there. That was the main appeal of Plunderstorm. The main appeal of WoW Remix is that everything you do matters. You get a piece of gear at level 10, you can take that all the way to max level. Throughout your leveling journey, which is an RPG, you should be leveling almost the entire time of playing an RPG. That's the whole point. You can raid. You can get relevant endgame gear as you raid, and you can keep upgrading that gear. You can get one fucking piece of boots from a level 10 quest, and you can make them myth track level endgame boots. It takes a lot of grinding and a lot of playing, which means a lot of paying for the fucking game, but you can get there. Why is that so hard? It's there. People enjoyed it. It makes sense. It solves the problems. Why do they not like that system? Ah! Why? It's good. It solves the problem. All right. I gotta take a break. My throat is killing me. I need to drink more tea. We'll be back in a couple of hours with the WoW wrap up. Marcel and I we're gonna be dabbling into the thing. So stay tuned on Twitch and YouTube. You know, you can go take a shit. You can watch somebody else if you want. But always us first. Remember that. And if you want to be notified when we go live, we'll post it on every social media. If you're not there, hop on our Discord, hop on our X, on our... Even we do Facebook still. YouTube will notify you automatically, or at least they should if you know. Like, subscribe the channel, and all of that good stuff. Love you guys. See you in a bit. Take it easy, everybody. Bye. I need to switch my screen quicker because I cannot do this anymore.